there like, yeah, I hit 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 there like, oh, 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 I hit there like with it. I hit there like with it. I hit there like with it. I hit there like, oh, 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 I hit there like with it. I hit there like with it. Oh, 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 I hit there like, oh, oh, I hit there like with it. I hit there like with it. I hit there like with it. Oh, 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 I hit there like with it. I hit there like with it. Oh, 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 I hit there like with it. I hit there like with it. Oh, oh.
Where? Got the shit. Come on, where? Got the shit.
Come on, Wabbits. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. How you doing? How you doing? Let me lower my mic down. Let me lower my mic down. Let me lower it down some. Shout out to EA. Shout out to EA with the membership. Mrs. G. Shout out to Mrs. G with the membership. Renewing the membership. Shout out to Uncle L.
Yep,
renewing.
been here for a minute. Smiley face.
Shout out to Uncle L. 14 months. Shout out to Uncle L, man. Been here for a minute. EA been here 14 months. EA got the red badge, man. These colored badges. These colored badges, man. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody. We here. Mayor Tiffany Henyard. Mayor Tiffany Henyard of Dalton, Illinois. Dalton, Illinois. She came across my radar. It was pretty interesting for me. T, what's up? TP, what's going on? Retro 813, Island Milligan. What's going on? Rally Time TV. GWB, what's going on? KTC. T, distracting one. Oh, tell a friend to tell a friend. We talking about this. I came across this. Hold on, let me make some volume adjustments. Can y'all hear me good? Are you able to hear me clearly? Yeah, I had to lower the mic down. Are you able to hear me clearly? I had to make some volume adjustments.
Queen. Checkmate. The MF hashtag Tusk.
Shout out to Queen, checkmate. The MF hashtag SUG. The MF.
Waving, sis, waving, nods, waving, chat, waving, everyone, waving, 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 multitasking listening.
Shout out to Yvonne. Shout out to Yvonne. I don't even got my Yvonne drop loaded. Queen checkmate the MF hashtag TUSG. So if I could read properly, checkmate the MF Tuska. Checkmate the MF Tuska. Shout out to Miss Eve. The MF Tuska. The Tuska. Whatever that means. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. I'm good? All right. We good. I'm good. We good. I'm good. We good. Hey? Shout out to Miss Eve. We doing the wabbitry. We doing the wabbitry. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Hit the like button if you haven't already, ladies and gentlemen.
Listening from the skybox. Traveling. Airplane. 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 Airplane.
Shout out to Trey Spector. She said, listening from the skybox, traveling. Shout out to Trey Spectors. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the members. We live right now, and we talking about the mayor of Dalton. I know that she's all over the news, all over social media. A lot of people has a lot of things to say, rightfully so. Based on what you're seeing, I'm sure you would have an opinion. Who wouldn't? I'm gonna give you a little backstory of how I got even decided to look into this, look into her and the whole situation. Dead Blacks, what's going on? Shout out to Dead Blacks. What made me look into her and the whole situation? Scrolling through my YouTube timeline. T-Fly P, what's up? Miss Believe. Scrolling through my YouTube timeline, and I'm seeing videos with titles and thumbnails saying, mayor being investigated, mayor misappropriating funds, mayor corrupt. And then I seen a thumbnail with Mary Lightfoot, the quote-unquote corrupt mayor. I seen a thumbnail with her and this woman, and in the title it said, "Where's the money, Tiffany?" It said, "Where's the money, Tiffany?" I said, "That looks interesting." I said, that looks pretty interesting. What is this about? Mary Lightfoot. What's she got to do with this? I clicked. And I'm watching the video because I want to see something about where's the money. But as I watched the video, I became confused with the title. Because I couldn't understand what what was happening. I said, wait, I expect to see a lot of wrongdoing, and I just got a little confused. I just couldn't I just wasn't seeing what the title was implying. So it made me want to go back and look into this whole thing. So found the hearings.
Queen of 3, Princess, donated $4.99 through Super Chat. Afternoon says, waving, chat, waving. Listening, deciduous tree, ear, deciduous tree, as I always do, smiley face. Have great show.
Oh, shout out to Queen of 3. Appreciate you pulling up. She says, afternoon says, chat, listening, as always I do in the bushes. Have a great show. I appreciate you. Shout out to Queen of 3. J Mother Up and Dub. Shout out to J Mother Up and Dub. Jason with a carrot. What's going on? So I started looking into it, and I started looking into these meetings that they have. And I learned that this mayor is fairly new, and she's only been a mayor for about 2 years. And King Victim, what's going on? So I then proceeded to try to figure out, well, when did she become mayor? And I went back 2 years, and I saw when she became mayor. And then I went back a little further because I noticed that she was in the meetings before she was mayor. So I started going back 3 years. And as I went back 3 years, I would see some of the familiar faces that I see now, as far as the trustees. I went back as far as 6 years. And 6 years ago, I see her, Jason House, maybe one or two other people, but for the most part, she's been there a while. Jason House has been there for a while. And I start seeing like, okay, these people, they definitely been there. Now, I started trying to figure out, where did they go wrong? I tried to figure out, where did they go wrong? It seemed like everyone was on the same team. It seemed like everything was all good, because as I go back, it seems like everybody was okay with each other. But as I continue to, check out more and more, I noticed that this mayor has a similar or same attitude 6 years ago. 6 years ago. I mean, listen, as a trustee, she's feisty. As a trustee, she was feisty. So, because I see the feistiness and I see the I see all that, Mrs. Baker. Colby knows. I see all that. And what happened? Y'all okay? Everybody all right? Hold on. Maybe hold on. Let me I think I need to change something. Let me change something real quick. I'll be right back.
99 cents
All right,
through
we should be
Super
back
Chat.
now.
Nice hat. Go get
Sorry
your
about that.
merch. Departures. Speaking select.
Sorry about that, people. my bit rate was too high. Yeah, sorry about that. I just fixed it. I had to refresh your page. I had to basically put the live offline for a second and fix it. So what was happening is I was pushing out too much bandwidth. It was overloading. I had to change the settings. So now the settings is back to a bandwidth that you guys should be able to have no issues with. All right. All right. Okay. So as I'm going back, I'm seeing that this mayor has always had, been sassy, for lack of a better word. And when I see her interactions now, I said, okay, well, a lot of this sassiness, the way she her demeanor is not something new now that she's become a mayor. So that part, because when you're watching these interactions, it's like, what's going on here? When you're watching these interactions, you are disgraced as a black person to watch other black people make us look the way we look. Okay? The way we are looking. And the thing that got me the most was, as I looked around, this is an entire body of African American leaders in leadership position in power, running a whole city or village. Now think about this, y'all. The entire people is black running the town. This is what we always wanted, right? Hold on one second. Shout out to the chat. Can y'all hear me? Put a 1 in the chat. Can y'all hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me. I know we had cut off a second ago, but want to make sure we good. All right, cool. All right. Her behavior, her attitude, all that, seeing that and knowing that this is a whole town that has black people in power. In power. And it doesn't look good. It does not look good. And I had to go and do some investigating. I had to. Because I don't like to be confused. Watching their interactions now in present day left me confused. And I decided I'm going to investigate. The Beef Sector Podcast, what's up? I decided that I'm going to investigate. So I went back. And it's so much to unpack that I know that I'm going to be covering Tiffany over multiple live streams, dealing with current things and past things, because I think there's some things to unpack. When people see things right now, you don't really have a choice but to make a judgment based on your observation. So if I'm seeing this behavior from these people, I have to call out what I'm seeing, right? So that right there is natural. That's a given. Next step. After you call it out, what do you do next? Well, before you can find out a solution, you need to find out the problem. Because I see that, you see what's going on. It's a bunch of confusion, and then you want a solution. Well, it's a process to a solution. In order to have a solution, you need to know the problem, or else you will be creating band-aids because you're only fixing what you see, not knowing what's the underlying cause of the issue. And you continuously put band-aids, and then it's not healing. It's not healing. It gets better for a little while, and then it gets back infected. And it's like, what's causing this? What caused this? And the only way to know is to go back and get a little understanding. I'm gonna play a meeting, a Village of Dalton personal meeting from June 7th, 2021. I want to give some backstory so we know, what we're looking at and why we're looking at it. Tiffany Henyard became mayor May 8th, 2021. So May, June. She became mayor May 8th. This meeting is on June 7th. So this is a month. This is a month into her mayorship. Okay? And after we go through that in a follow-up live, we might go a little bit further back to see some instances where Tiffany was not a mayor and she was a trustee, and how she handled herself and how she did things. And we're going to look at some of the other people that might have been there. And one thing we're going to pay attention to is who's there and who's not. Who was always there and who's newly coming along. These things are important. We need to know everybody involved, right? So, I got to do some more research as far as knowing everybody's position and how they get to where they are and why they're there. It's Jem's Eye View. What's up, man? I was ready to play my drop. It's like, is that Jem's Eye View in the chat? I'm about to play my drop. I ain't got it. They got one more year with her then. Okay. Yeah. They got one more year with her. That is interesting. That is interesting. Now, Tiffany was a trustee for about 8 years. She was a trustee for about 8 years, and then she became mayor. As a trustee for 8 years, you would assume that Tiffany understands how the process works. Right? Would you say any logical person would assume that 8 years of being a trustee, Tiffany would know how the process works? And if you follow Tiffany as a trustee, not only does she know how the process works, but she is a worker. Tiffany Henyard as a trustee was hands-on. She didn't sit behind the desk and just question things. If you told her something, she's going out and check it. I mean, it was interesting to see. Interesting to see. I mean, I wouldn't know these things, and the outside world wouldn't know anything about who she is or who she was, except for what you see on the media, because I'm trying to find out information, and all I can see is what they saying now, and everything they saying now is by the people who she beefing with. So I want to see some neutral stuff. You know what I mean? I'm looking for the neutral accusations from the neutral parties. I keep trying to find it and I can't find it. So now I got to do my own independent research because I can't find neutral accusations from neutral parties. every negative thing comes from the people that don't like her or they got issues or whatever. So I'm like, okay, this is gonna be, I need to know. I need to know what's going on. I need to know the information. I need to understand how things work. So, so I go back and, look at all these other stuff, go back and look at all these other meetings and stuff. And I see and hear how Tiffany deals with the stuff. She's hands-on. She goes out to the facility. If you tell them that you need the city to pay for some trucks or something because it's broken, Tiffany going and look at the truck. If you tell them that you need some stuff fixed or something like that, or you need things that Tiffany going out and see if what you're saying is true. I saw that, right? And she like, no nonsense with it. We went. So I don't know why we ain't see it. It was supposed to be there. You knew we was. I said, God damn. You can't slack with her. I was like, I'm looking at the trustee, Tiffany, and I'm like, God, you can't slack with her. If you ain't doing your job, she gonna mess you up. If you ain't doing your job, she gonna mess you up. So that's what I seen in the old things, in the old Tiffany the trustee. And because of that, I could understand why she won the mayor. If you see how she conducted herself as a trustee as far as doing the work, you can understand why the people would want her as a mayor. If you saw her in action, you would understand why the people wanted her as a mayor. And then she became mayor. When she became mayor, she advocated. I'm not sure how this works. I guess you appoint who you want in your cabinet and the people get to vote for it as long as, you know what I mean? So everybody you see around her, the trustees, she put them there, basically. As far as, requesting them to be, in her administration or whatever the situation is. Because what I noticed is on May 3rd, they had a meeting on May 3rd. She's not mayor yet. On May 3rd, the old mayor is still in there. So she's there, the old mayor's there. She's still a trustee on May 3rd. On May 8th, on May 12th, it ain't the same people no more. It's her, she the mayor, and we got new people around sitting. Hey, that's her people she put in. Them people that you see there, that's her people she put in. Right? So I got to understand that. I said, okay, well, a couple days before, these wasn't the people that was sitting there. She becomes mayor. Now I see these people sitting there. This is her team, her staff. This is her administration as far as the trustees and stuff. I got to get more information on that. I got to get more information on exactly how the picking of it works. I think the people vote. You know what I mean? So in the first set of meetings now, I started noticing some things that just wasn't good, in my opinion. It's just in my opinion. So I'm going to show you guys. We're going to go through it. It might be a little tedious, but it will be interesting nonetheless. It will be interesting nonetheless. So June 7th, approximately 1 month after she is mayor. This is, I believe, the second meeting after she is mayor. The first meeting was a little interesting. We're going to do that on another day. But I wanted to understand where some of these things could have started. If you guys are the people that she approved, then where did we go wrong? What happened? What happened, y'all, is what I want to know. And I realized that a lot of this started from day 1, Mayor, day 2, Mayor, and every day, every meeting after that. And I said, my God, this is crazy. This is crazy. I'm gonna go through this video. I'm gonna see if the people see what I see, because this is my opinion. This is my opinion. So I'm gonna have to see if people are seeing what I'm seeing. You know, very interesting to me. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Hold on. Let me move myself. Let me move myself. Let me see how I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna, cause I don't really want to take the chat box down. I don't really want to take the chat box down, so I'm gonna just. As a matter of fact, I might end up taking the chat box down. Let me just take the chat box down. Let me just take it off. We gotta see what we're dealing with here. Now, like I said, she's been mayor for 1 month. This is the personal meeting room of the village of Dalton.
Just see part of me.
Let me speed this up a little bit.
Okay, we are now live.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see what she's gonna do.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Feels so good to be here. Today we're having a public hearing right before our actual board meeting. It will take us about 15
Hold on. Let me lower this down a little bit because this is pretty loud.
minutes before we do the swearing in. So if you guys will bear with us. Clerk Key, can you call the roll?
Yes, I can, Mayor.
Hold on, China. Y'all muted or something? Not bad.
On 7th.
My damn
We're going to start with a
camera's
summary of public hearing in conference with the TIF Act and summary of proposed TIF district. James Fazali.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I am James Vaselli and will introduce Kane McKenna and Associates for purposes of presenting for this public hearing. The public hearing is a required step in the statutory process to establish a TIF district pursuant to Section 11-74.4-5 of the TIF Act. As will be explained by Kane McKenna during this public hearing, anyone can.
All right. So what we're doing right now, we're watching a meeting, and we're getting an idea of the format of the meeting. We're getting an idea of how the meetings are structured, what each individual, what their task is, what their responsibilities are. You get to hear how things are handled. And you get to understand the purpose of this meeting. You get to understand the things that lead up to the meetings. How often the meetings are had.
Comment or express objections or concerns with the proposed TIF district, which in this case is a part of a settlement of standing litigation. With that, I turn it over to Kane McKenna for their presentation for this public hearing. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm Bob Richlicki with Kane McKenna. My colleagues are also here, Lowell Durham and Mary Thompson. And I was wondering if did we have the ability, Madam Mayor, to do a share screen, or we had a short presentation? I don't know if that's available. If it is, that's great. If not, we could go on without it.
It is enabled. You should share. You should be able to share your screen.
Okay, that's part of my problem. I can't do it from my computer. We had sent it, I think, Lowell, did we had sent it on Friday to the village?
Yes, we were hoping that the IT person at the village would share the screen with it. I think it was in the email. It was in a PowerPoint.
All right, give me a minute. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Right, thank you.
And if you can't, that's okay. We're prepared to go on without it. I mean, the board members would have that available, for future review. But we're okay with if there's a logistic problem, we can keep going.
Bob, I think while you're waiting, you could probably give the overview of why we're doing this, Tiff, and how it came about.
The overview of why they're doing whatever he's proposing and all that, so you get some understanding.
This really started, at least from our end, when we got involved, was about 2 years ago. This is one piece of property. It's on 300 West Sibley. I think it might have been an old grocery store, old commercial building. And it's been vacant for a number of years. It was our understanding, and the then village attorney had briefed us, that in order for the village to take title to that property, there were not only the Cook County tax liens, but there were also some federal tax liens that were outstanding. So as part of the settlement, one of the things that and there were, like I said, federal tax liens that the federal agency required was that if the village was going to get the property at no cost, it was important that there be a redevelopment plan, that there was a plan to turn this over at some point for private development. And the idea was to have the village designate a TIF district, a TIF district that we're talking about. You already have 2 other districts in play. This one would be your third. And it was required, again, as part of the best efforts on the village in order to have the property ready for redevelopment. Well, we had to wait a few. Oh, there you go. Hey, thank you.
There you go.
If you'd be able to punch over to the map, that'd be great. That's the 3rd slide. I appreciate it. So as part of the TIF designation, we had to wait for what they call the base to be as low as possible. And that was going back and forth between the state, the county, and the village attorneys. And in order to get the lowest base, which is 0 because it's exempt and owned by the village of Dalton, we had to wait for the 2020 tax year to be certified. And that won't happen until June, middle of June. So as a result, we had to put this on hold for about a year. And then we really started on this process at the beginning of 2021. We're near the end of it. We had the joint review board a month or so ago. And we had basically that step out of the way. There were notices in the newspaper as well as to the village. There were notices to all residents within 750 foot of this shaded boundary area that you see. So that's taken care of in order to have this.
All right. He's selling what he need. He's giving them the information they need. He got it all written out. He got the business plan. Agencies, agents, contractors, they come to these meetings and they basically explain certain things that needs to be explained for things that they already put in. So they might have put in for trucks to get fixed. They might have put in for projects to get done. They put it in ahead of time before the meeting even take place, right? The people, the trustees and all that supposed to look over that, and then any questions and stuff, they'll pose it, and then any discussion will be had in the meeting. So the meetings is usually for the discussion part, at least the discussion and the vote. So you should have prior knowledge to all the information before the meeting. Okay.
Play for real.
So I'm gonna get through this part because that's not really it's not really on topic, but just so that you guys get an idea of how the process goes, what people do when they're there, what they request, how they present it, and how the village handles it.
Thank you so much. Are there any public comments?
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Is there still, from my understanding, tell me, let me know if I'm wrong, but it has to be, it was written in the lawsuit, or it has to be a box store, some type of food store, stipulations of what can go there?
I have not. The answer is I don't know the answer to that. I thought the hope was you'd have as much flexibility as you needed. But I would have to ask, at a certain point, Mr. Vaselli, I think would have to look at the actual settlement agreement. But it was our understanding that it was flexible from the village's end. But we have to double check that.
Right.
I have a question.
I remember discussion
I have a question.
about that. But go ahead, Kiana.
Wait, let Trustee Steves finish. Go ahead, Trustee Steves.
That was the discussion last time this came up, that there were stipulations of what can go there.
I see.
So I think that's in the settlement agreement of what can go there. It has to be some type of box store, some type of grocery store.
Now they could be, they could be. And again, as to whether you could amend that or whether, that's do or die, I am not 100% sure. The plan itself, this TIF plan that is before you guys and would be considered in July, is flexible. It'll allow you any kind of commercial or mixed use property. But again, you guys would have to check the settlement agreement to see if there's any limitations. But the plan that's in front of you allows for any kind of commercial use.
Trustee Bob, trustee, to Bob's point, I will issue to the board a memorandum with regards to the parameters of the settlement agreement. We are still getting documents from the prior law firm. That is, for tonight's hearing, this is a statutory requirement. The ordinances will be introduced within 14 to 90 days thereafter, and within 7 days of today's date, you'll get a memorandum with regard to the parameters of the exact parameters of the settlement agreement. And I do know that the intention was to have a sales tax generating use on the site, which is the type of grocery store or big box retailer on there. But obviously, we always work towards flexibility in real estate development, which I'm sure my friends at Kane McKenna would agree with, and to allow for the organic and full development of the corridor with the TIF district. But within 7 days, you'll have a memorandum on the exact parameters of the settlement agreement.
Okay.
Who's that speaking?
That's James Vasselli. I'm special counsel to the village.
Okay.
We're working with Kane McKenna on the TIF district.
Okay.
Thank you, trustee.
Okay.
I just have a quick question. So is it, does it state?
You want to know who's talking? I'll go back. He was that's the guy here in the he's over there in the office with Allison Key, and I guess he was giving them some clarification. He's gonna state who he is. I'm gonna play it back.
You have a memorandum on the exact parameters of the settlement agreement.
Okay.
Who's that speaking?
That's James Vasselli. I'm special counsel to the village.
Okay.
We're working with Kane McKenna on the TIF district.
So he's special counsel to the village. So I guess he works for the village, and the village has their own lawyer. The village has their own representation, and that representation is for the mayor as well as the trustees and everybody else. And so the village doesn't need outside representation. They really don't. But certain things might make people feel like they need it. So.
Thank you, trustee.
Okay.
I just have a quick question. So is it, does it state that it has to be a 23-year TIF? Is that?
Good question.
Yeah, that's the maximum you could go by law. You have the village. If it turns out things go better and you don't need the full 23 years, the board could make a decision to terminate it early. Right now, without knowing what the actual project is, the plan and the ordinances would provide for the maximum statutory period under the act. But I want to be real clear. If the actual project does better or you.
I can't lie. I can't get past the part that he said maximum. I can't get past the part that he said maximum. I'm silly. I'm sorry. But he said maximum.
The maximum statutory period under the act. But I want right now, without knowing what the actual project is, the plan and the ordinances would provide for the maximum statutory period under the act. But I want to be real clear. If the actual project does better when you look at the numbers, it looks like you don't need the 23 years. The board makes that decision to shorten it or terminate it. But right now, we're only keeping it the longest under law.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other trustees?
Mayor, if I can be recognized.
Go ahead, trustee House.
Is the village allowed to be reimbursed for the administrative costs like maintaining the insurance and certain
Yes, sir.
responsibilities?
Absolutely, trustee.
Now, Trustee Jason House, he has a very important position. It seems like he has a lot to do with the finances. Seems like he has to do a lot to do with the finances. I need to look into this more to get exactly more details on individuals and what their position is exactly outside of the trustee. But what I've noticed is he's the one that basically is the initiator of bills being paid. So he starts off the vote by saying whether or not he feels they need to be paid. Things need to be paid. So if things don't get paid, it's usually because he says no. And the others usually vote in suit of him. So what you will see is that when it comes to the money being spent and stuff, Jason really he kind of is like the forefront of that, and what he decides usually is where the rest of the trustees is gonna go.
Is the village allowed to be reimbursed for the administrative costs like maintaining the insurance and certain
Yes, sir.
responsibilities?
Absolutely, trustee.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Derek, are there any public comments to read into record?
There are no comments in regards to the TIF.
Okay. Well, that concludes this public hearing. I would like to adjourn and go right into the actual board meeting.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Nice to see everyone. Thank you.
Mayor, can we take a vote just to close it out, the public hearing?
All right. So after they close out this public hearing, after they close out this, they're gonna actually have the meet. You know, we're gonna see how it goes. So I guess this is some formal stuff that they're getting out the way. But when they get to the agendas, it becomes real interesting. When they start reading off the agendas, especially when it comes to corporate bills. There's a segment in every meeting where they have to go over corporate bills, and Jason is the one who reads it off. And my God, you know how they say how in Dave Chappelle, Rick James said they should have never gave you niggas money. They should have never gave you niggas money. Like, yeah. That's how I feel when they start talking about bills and stuff. I'll be like, man, y'all, they should have never gave y'all. Well, yeah, let's go. Checking your boo. What's up? Lovey Star. What's up, Lovey?
Sure.
Thank you. We need a motion and a second to close the public hearing.
Clerk Key, can I have a motion to adjourn the public hearing?
Did we motion and second yet?
I'll motion to adjourn the public hearing.
I'll
I'll
second.
second it. Who second?
There was motion by Trustee House and second by Trustee Belcher. Colorado.
Trustee Holmes?
Here.
Trustee Norwood?
Here.
Trustee Steve?
Here.
Trustee Belcher?
Here.
Trustee House?
Which I thought this was an aye.
Yeah, aye.
Yeah, aye, yeah.
Yes, it's aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
And Trustee Brown? Aye. Motion
Okay.
passed.
Okay, moving on to the actual board meeting.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're
All
welcome.
right, bye.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you.
We'll see you
Okay, Mayor,
soon.
give me a minute to admit everybody else that needs to be on the board meeting. I see a SYATFD. I'm not sure who that is.
SYA. Whoever you are, can you show your picture? Okay, well, don't let them in. I don't know what that is.
And there's a Dan Murdoch in there.
Now, if it's one thing I can point out is that a lot of these professional politicians use Ebonics. I was shocked. They use Ebonics as a language in these scenarios, in these professional meetings. And I was like, well, I didn't know Ebonics had a place in these places. So you're gonna see that a lot of these black people in these positions, they use Ebonics. They use Ebonics. That's I guess that's their language of choice. They use Ebonics. And because of that, things that you say can sound a certain way because you using Ebonics. So everybody doesn't use Ebonics. Everybody does not use Ebonics. As a matter of fact, more people do not use Ebonics than people that do. So Ebonics is almost like a minority, right? So when the rest of the world is watching you, because even people that don't speak English, when they speak English, even with their accent, even when you can't understand them, they're still trying to speak it properly. Even the ones that cannot speak the English well. Even the ones that cannot speak it well. When they try to speak it, when I say try to speak it, as far as, let's say you're French and you've learned English. You're Russian and you've learned English. You might not be able to say the words exactly correct, but you try to use it in proper context. You try to say the right word. So you're not saying the wrong word or mispronouncing the word because you want to. It's usually a issue with the tongue. You know? So understand, when the rest of the world is watching you conduct these business in the language of Ebonics, just understand the optics of it. Every time we hear you, we hear it. Now, on the world stage, you might want to be universal. At home, you be whoever you want to be. But on the world stage, you present yourself as you representing something. For instance, for women, lady in the streets, but a freak in the bed. Because if you were a freak in the streets, you would be representing ladies in a bad light. Not to say that ladies ain't freaks, they are, but they are freaks in the bed and in the personal space. So not to say that you can't be ghetto and all that, but be ghetto amongst in a certain setting. That's how I see it. This is an opinion. So I don't gotta be right. This is my opinion. That's how I see it. But let's continue.
Derek Murdoch, can you show your photo?
Dan Murdoch.
Dan, are you there?
Other than that, everybody else is in.
Okay, thank you. Okay, guys, thanks for being patient with our public hearing. Now I would like to call to order the regular board meeting of the trustees on June 7th. Can you call the roll? Clerk Key.
Sure. Trustee Holmes?
Here.
Trustee Norwood? Yeah. Trustee Steve?
Here.
Trustee Belcher?
Here.
Trustee House?
Here.
And Trustee Brown?
Present.
All righty.
All right, all board members are accounted for. If you will, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God.
And I want to point out that these people lead every meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance and a prayer, and then go to arguing and tearing each other down. I ain't lying.
The evidence is going to show.
Y'all gonna see. Y'all gonna see. I ain't lying. I'm not lying.
The evidence is going to show.
Y'all gonna see. You know what I mean? Shout out to the chat.
If you will remain standing, I'm gonna have Pastor Fletchman lead us in prayer. Pastor.
Gracious and eternal Father, first of all, we come to you, Lord, we honor you. We lift up first one of our community members, we lift faith in the lost of our husband, God. We pray that you touch that family, that you move in the way that they need necessary. God, we thank you for tonight as elevation is occurring. We pray, God, that you will provide everything that is needed for these new officers that are coming on to the team. God, we thank you. We thank you that you will provide protection and guidance for them. Now, God, take complete control of this board meeting. We ask that thy will be done. God, whatever it is that you're desiring for us to do, whatever you are desiring for the community of Dalton to do, God, we pray that thy will be done. Inshallah, in Christ's name we pray.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Ain't this do they still pray? Do they still lead these meetings now with prayer? Do they still do that? Man, oh man.
And Board of Trustees and residents, we're going to do something a little different this evening. We're going to stray a little from the original agenda, and we'll get right back on track. We have a house full of new police officers and a deputy chief for fire to be sworn in. So we're going to go right into approval for that, and then we'll go right back to our regular agenda items.
Okay, right now she wants to do something a little different than the normal agenda. She wants to do this first. All right. She wants to I guess appoint some police officers. It has already been pretty much approved. They just got to do the vote, right? And all the information that you're supposed to get, all the information about anything that's concerning these officers, you as a trustee would have that information prior to this meeting. anything that you might need, that you might request. Let's say you might want to see some documentation of something. Well, when you get the agenda as a trustee, you get the agenda before the meeting. Not the day of the meeting, but you get it before the meeting. And you have that time to look over the agenda, read the agenda, pick out the things that you might have issues with, call and communicate with the right department in the mayor's office or the mayor herself, and get those things cleared up before you get to the meeting. Y'all got that? This way the meeting can be about vote and discussion. When people start requiring things, is because things might have been done out of order, out of line. And if that happens, then of course, if things was done last minute, well, we might have to put this off until next week until you can show me this. Right? So that happens, right? So when that doesn't happen, people supposed to do what they're supposed to do. In other words, you have to do your job. So let's continue.
Also, if any resident is on here and you want to help as relates to someone that passed away, which Pastor Flashman just mentioned, Mr. Creighton, please reach out to my office, call my cell, 708-963-2137. Anything and everything is welcome. We're planning something for him. So, Clerk Key, we're going to go right into the agenda with number 1. So, can I have a motion to approve the swearing in of Deputy Fire Chief Brandon Gatewood?
Mayor, I have a question.
Okay, we got to put the motion and second on the floor first, then we can do discussion.
Okay. Thank you.
Make a motion to approve the swearing in of the deputy chief.
I second.
Okay, there's a motion and second. Any discussion?
Okay, what happened to Deputy Chief Rush?
Deputy Chief Rush will be retiring. He will be with us for 1 more year.
Okay.
He will be retiring.
Okay, so he's 1 more year. So what would be his position as he's waiting to retire?
Currently, he'll be over ASDA. He will be over ASDA.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Okay, and the new fire chief came from where?
McCain, he came from the ranks.
No, I'm talking about the deputy chief came from where? The new deputy chief that we're swearing in? McCain is the fire chief, correct?
Correct. You said the new chief came from where?
The new deputy fire chief.
So he has several different positions throughout the community. So he basically currently works, I believe, I want to say Phoenix. Is that right, McCain? Which one is it?
Correct. He works full-time Evanston and part-time Phoenix as assistant chief.
So Evanston and Phoenix is the 2.
Okay. So was this position ever posted or no? Was it on our website or did we look in-house?
We did several different interviews and he was the best candidate right now. So we did interview maybe 10 different deputy chief people and he was the best.
So there were any in-house or no? Within our fire department or no?
I believe one. Was it one?
No, there wasn't any interested candidates from inside, no.
Okay. Chief McCain said there was no one interested inside the fire department currently.
Okay. All right.
I notice with these questions that there's a lot of things these people don't know. Right? So with these questions, I get to the understanding that there might be a lot of details that these people don't know offhand. They probably deal with a lot of general stuff, but then probably when it comes to details, they probably have to, ask certain questions. These questions are absolutely valid.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Any other questions? All right. Can you call the roll, Clerk Key? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, why were you at?
Came from the ranks. Most of these time, these people have to be qualified for the job. So in order for you to be like something like a fire chief or police chief or something like that, you would have to come from some kind of rank because you can't make it there. You won't be qualified. So you would have to be from the ranks in order to be able to get the job.
I'm so focused on this.
Not all positions, see, and that's the thing. We need to know what we're talking about when we're talking about it. It wasn't posted. Don't you think it's a position that doesn't need to be posted? She explained how they did get the job. Isn't there must be a procedure that allows them to do it that way. Now that she gets the understanding, oh, okay, no problem, because you can do that. But to layman's, to people who are not in law, people who do not work for the government, people who do not, we're going to question a lot of the things that we don't know how it works. Every state is different. Every town is different. They have different ordinances. Until you know those things, you can't really judge whether or not something's not being done properly. Because what you know, growing up where you learned, what you learned might not be how it applies in these places. So it's very important to learn how things work in the very place. Because a lawyer from Georgia cannot represent you in Illinois. If he doesn't practice in Illinois, he can't be representing you in Illinois because does he know the laws and the state statutes and all that type of stuff? These things is very important. Checking your boo. In these blanket statements, like what you just made, you get the places, you get the states that has all different ways to get their stuff without having to be on this type of stuff you on here. Most organizations, all right, well, listen, it's hard to have a conversation about something that me and you don't know about. So for me, I need to know. Words like most means not all. And as soon as I hear most, I have a problem with you knowing about this specific. Because words like most means not all, right? So if it's not all, then the possibility of this being perfectly fine is there. And if you say most, then you just acknowledge the possibility of this being perfectly. And it'd be like, well, until we know, it doesn't really make no sense to argue until we know. Best thing to do in these cases is just learn. Just learn. Because I don't know. I don't know. But what I can see is the person that had the questions got the answers and was satisfied. Shit. Well, that's good for me. It seems like they understand something that I don't understand because I'm not in the profession. But if I'm observing the people that's in the profession, okay, well then it seems like it must be fine. When they start saying, no, it's not supposed to be that way, then you got my attention, and then I want to know which way is it supposed to be? And now I want to know if it's not being done the way that you know, is it okay to be done a different way, or is it not okay? I need to know all this stuff before I start casting judgment, because I might not know what I'm talking about. What if I be like, you're not supposed to do that? And they be like, I'm not supposed to do that if such and such and such and such and such, but if such and such and such and such and such, it's absolutely fine. Know your shit before you come tell me what I can and cannot do. That, I don't want to be that person that looking stupid because I thought I knew some shit. You know what I mean? Even though it happens, I be thinking I know.
You want to bring your computer out and join us? She got to go back in and get her computer.
Well, while she's going in, just one quick question. What's the pay?
Okay, are you guys ready?
Sure, 1 second. So you guys, please read your packages.
This, ladies and gentlemen,
The evidence is going to show.
This started some drama between Tiffany. This started some drama between Tiffany and Kiana Belcher. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second meeting in the since she's been. The drop is loud, right? I just realized that I'm trying to I can't lower it down right now. Let me see.
The evidence is going to show.
Oh, I can lower it down. My bad, y'all. I'm sorry. My bad, y'all. That's why I wasn't getting lowered down.
The evidence is going to show. The evidence is going to show.
Sorry about that, y'all. I'm so sorry. Shout out to GWB. Now, what we about to witness right now is the beginning of the issue with Kiana Belcher and Mayor Henyard. I had to go back because I wanted to know where these things started. And what you're gonna see is an issue is gonna be started with Kiana Belcher and Mayor Henyard are gonna have an issue, and Edward Steve and Mayor Henyard are gonna have an issue, and that issue is going to start being the driving force of a lot of things that you see happening after that, in meetings after that, and we're gonna watch this, right? And we're gonna take our time in this because we want to get some understanding. Now, the question that Tammy asked, pretty decent questions. I don't see no issues with it, no problems with it. Valid questions. Who's replacing him? How did he get appointed? Valid questions. You know what I mean? Sounds like an interested person that just wanted some understanding. So I'm with it. Now let's hear Kiana Belcher's question. Draco Top Monster.
Down, join us. She got to go back in and get her computer.
Well, while she's going in, just one quick question. What's the pay?
Okay, are you guys ready?
Sure, 1 second. But you guys, please read your packages. But he's only at $30,000. 30.
The evidence is going to show.
Now, did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear? Listen. This little thing here created something that we going through for 2 years, all right? Now, did y'all hear what happened? Kiana Belcher had a question. Her question was, how much is the salary for the fire chief or whatever? And did you hear Tiffany's response?
She got to go back in and get her computer.
Well, while she's going in, just one quick question. What's the pay?
Okay, are you guys ready?
Sure, 1 second. But you guys, please read your packages. But he's only at $30,000.
What did Tiffany say? You guys, please read y'all packages. The salary is at $30,000. Now, ladies and gentlemen, critical thinkers, free thinkers, why do you think Tiffany said that to her? Why do you think Tiffany said that to her? Shout out to Relly Time TV. Why do you think Tiffany said that to her? Let me point out, let me just make sure we understand what Tiffany said. Tiffany said, please read y'all packages. That was the response to the question and then the answer. These words, please read y'all packages. Why do you think Tiffany would say that in response to that question? Keep the change. Keep the change. Let me load my bomb. Keep the change. When you know that the information that she's requesting is already in something that she has, you can assume what? What can you assume when she asks you a question about something that she already has possession about? When she asks you if something, she wants to know the answer to something that she has in her possession. What does that make you assume? What does that make you assume? I want to do, because, you know, it's easy to talk about everything else except for what I'm talking about. It's easy to talk about everything else except for what I'm talking about. Okay, let me make it a little bit more simple. If I gave you a piece of paper with some words on it, and it says that Timmy's shirt is blue, and then you come and ask me, what color is Timmy's shirt? What would you assume if I then asked you what color is Timmy's shirt? What would you assume? Matt, not even. Let me switch it around, because let me put it on you. Let's say you, GWB, shout out to GWB. I'm looking for a more direct answer. If you gave me a paper that said Timmy's shirt is blue, and I come to you and I'm like, what color is Timmy's shirt? What would you assume? My question about Timmy, please. If anybody can, answer that for me. Timmy, blue shirt. You gave me a paper. It says Timmy got a blue shirt. I come to you after that and says, what color is Timmy's shirt? Did Timmy even have a shirt on? What would you assume if I did that? Gems out of you. Thank you, man. I don't know why it took so long for me to see this answer. He didn't read the shit. You don't got to check to see if I did my research. I'm the one who gave it to you. You should know the answer, because it would suggest that you're not doing your job. Correct? As an ex-trustee, the mayor knows you're supposed to read your packages, correct? You don't think so? Let me get you guys' opinion. What do y'all think? As an ex-trustee, do you think the mayor would know that you're supposed to read your packages? All right. I'm looking for the people that's going to actually talk about what I'm talking about. So I'm going to respond to y'all, because some people not talking about what I'm talking about, and I don't know why, but okay. Kiana should know the answer to that question. That's the main thing, right? And when you have to ask the mayor the answer to that question, it will suggest that you didn't read that stuff. It will suggest that. Okay? So let's go back again. I'm going to play it. And we're going to see Kiana's response to that, because we're going to baby step this. You're going to see Kiana's response to that. Because we don't want to get all the way to the end and people don't even understand what the beginning is. So we're going to baby step it and make sure we understand what just happened in this part right here. Do we understand what happened before we move on?
Okay, are you guys ready?
Sure, 1 second. But you guys, please read your packages. But he's only at $30,000. 30. You guys know better than me. A position like that makes $90,000. So he's at $30,000 to come help us here in the village.
She had some more assertion. You guys know better than me that this salary is a $90,000 salary, and it's at $30,000. So we getting it for a deal. We getting this service for a steal. But what she says, you guys know better than me. Because if you do your job, you should know better than me. She knows what your job's supposed to be because she done did it. Now, who's gonna feel offended in this? Not Tiffany, correct? If it seems like Tiffany has just basically put you out there that you're not doing your job, if you're one of those people that feel a kind of way about being checked, how do people that feel a kind of way about being checked, how do they respond? What do they do? Let's see. Let's see if that's what happens here or not.
3-0. You guys know better than me. A position like that makes $90,000. So he said $30,000 to come help us here in the village.
I read the package. I just wanted other citizens had questions, so I'm giving them the information that they need. I read it though. Thank you.
I read the packages, but other citizens had questions, so I just wanted to let them know. Now, we can look at this one or two ways. She's making excuses for not doing her job, or she's a concerned trustee of the people who is just trying to make sure that the people get the information. Well, I can look at that, right? So let's analyze that. Would a concerned person who knows the answer to something ask a question as if they don't know the answer? Wouldn't that suggest to someone that there's some deception here? Why would you ask me something you know the answer to? Because I wanted you to say the answer for the people to hear. But you could have just said it yourself. You could have just said it so the people could hear. These things make me question stuff. And I have to understand, I'm trying to understand. Queen B, Iwan Champagne, shout out to you, man. Shout out to y'all. JT Chulo. We shouldn't be playing anything here. We shouldn't be playing anything here because that was deception. That was deception. And first of all, if you didn't ask a question that you knew the answer to, then it wouldn't suggest that you don't know the answer. It wouldn't. And you wouldn't even have to be get a response as if you don't know the answer, because you're suggesting that you don't. And now for clarity, you're saying that you did know the answer, but you wanted the people to know the answer. So why didn't you just say it? Why didn't you just say the answer? And I have to look at certain things. Cloud chasers like attention. Cloud chasers like to feel important. Cloud chasers act stuff just to act stuff, especially when they're on a stage where a lot of people is watching. Cloud chasers might want to seem smart because people are watching. So cloud chasers might ask stupid questions that they know the answer to just to make themselves seem smart, just to make it seem like they're doing something. But then if they get checked. So my main issue here is the deception. Ma'am, just disclose it to the people. During the discussion, you could have just said, and for the people that reached out to me, the salary for the such and such is $30,000. You ain't had to be slick and try to act like you don't know the answer so that the mayor can answer it. It's almost like, or are you testing to see if the mayor read her own package? Because you have to question motive now when people do things like this. When people do things like this, you have to question why you did that. Why you just did that in front of everybody, acting like you ain't know the answer to this question. Why you just did that in front of everybody? What? And I had to check you because you. And now that you got checked, you having your attitude with me. Now you have an attitude with me. Now, let's see if she can get past the attitude. Let's see if Kiana can get past the attitude. I see nothing that the mayor did wrong in this situation because you gave her the optics that you ain't read the package. You gave her those optics. And if you cannot see that you gave her those optics, then maybe you need to go back to school. You throwing it out there would be throwing out the answer. Throwing it out there wouldn't be acting like you don't know the answer. When she asked the question, did you think she knew the answer? All right, let's just think about optics real quick and effects. And let's think about social media and people, how people are. Now, if you're a person, just a regular old social media person scrolling through social media, you clicked on this. When you hear her ask that question, is it safe to say that you yourself would be positive that she doesn't know the answer? And do you think that the majority of people that's watching this would think that she didn't know the answer? And that's where it becomes a problem. The mayor's only been there for all right, Tiffany Gibson, the mayor's only been mayor for 1 month. And this right here isn't about whether or not the mayor lied. This is about whether or not you read the stuff, right? So, Tiffany Gibson, could you imagine Kiana Belcher is on the board with the mayor trying to catch the mayor in a lie? Trying to see if the mayor gonna lie or not. That's deception right there. That's even more deception. Why would you try to be catching the mayor in a lie? You don't even know if she's gonna lie. So I'm gonna throw this out there to see if she gonna lie. Why? Why do that? You don't trust her? There's gonna always show that you have underlying issues because there's no reason for you to do what you did. In order to not trust somebody, there would have to be prior things that will make you feel that way, right? So it still would show that she has prior things in her that's making her do this stuff. And that's agenda, that's deception. And you can't escape it. You can't escape it.
Okay. But when you guys asked,
I read the package.
You guys know better than me.
Are you guys ready?
Sure, 1 second. But you guys, please read your packages. But he's only at $30,000. 30. You guys know better than me. A position like that makes $90,000. So he said $30,000 to come help us here in the village.
I read the package. I just wanted other citizens had questions, so I'm giving them the information that they need. I read it though. Thank you.
Okay, but when you guys ask, and y'all know y'all can just read it into record, but just make sure.
All right, now look at this again. Because the trustee knows, right? The ex-trustee knows. Wait, you asking so that the citizens could know, but you could have just read it into the record.
The evidence is going to show.
You could have just read it into the record. Why y'all choosing to do things this way? And Tiffany, Miss No Nonsense, ain't gonna let it slide. She's gonna point it out. That's well, I expect her to because she's always been that way, right? What you're gonna see is, I don't know where Kiana Blanchard been. I don't know where Allison Key has been. I don't know where Brittany Norwood has been. The only people that we know here is Holmes, Edward, Steve, Tammy, and John. I haven't seen these people in all the 6 years I'm scrolling through. I ain't seeing these people. These people came in with her, it seems. I need to check in and see maybe if they wasn't on the Zoom meetings, but bruh, they wasn't in none of these meetings until she became the mayor. Keep the change. To answer your question. The city is getting help. Companies, owners, citizens, and stuff like that, entities like that are donating their time, equipment, materials, as well as their labor. So people are coming to help the city for a quarter of the price, half the price. These people are willing to help the city. It ain't a salary cut. What she's saying is that position makes $90,000 a year, and this guy is willing to do the job for 30. That position makes 90, and we got somebody that's willing to do the job for 30 to help out the city, man. That's what she does. She's brokering these type of deals. She's trying to get grants and all that. Like, I'm getting ahead of myself, but as I'm going through it, I'm like, goddamn. So what she's saying, to answer you, keep the change, they're not holding back the funds. They're not holding back the funds. This guy is willing to do the job for $30,000. Save the city some money. That's what's happening. And he's qualified. That's an opinion. That's an opinion because that's negative thinking. That's you thinking there's no way somebody's going to do the job for 30, so it got to be corruption. Take your brain out of that mindset. When people do things for free, you think they want something out of it? What about somebody that helped you for free that didn't have to? You think if they did it because they got some... It's actually negative thinking, because you can have negative and positive logical thinking. It's negative. You can have negative and positive logical thinking. And when you choose the negative one first, it shows you're the person that sees the glass half empty, because you can easily look at the same thing half full.
I'm ready, Clerk Key.
Okay. All right. Trustee Holmes.
Aye.
Trustee Norwood.
Aye.
Trustee Steve.
Aye.
Trustee Belcher.
Aye.
Trustee House.
Aye.
And Trustee Brown.
Aye.
And Trustee Belcher had no problem with it. She voted for it. She just wanted to say that stuff she said. She just wanted to ask the question she asked. She voted for it. She ain't got no issue with it. She don't have no issue with it. She voted for it. She just wanted to ask the question. And that question begs for, why did you ask that question? Tiffany Gibson. It's all coming out now, and that's why the feds are involved. No, Tiffany Gibson. The feds are involved because all these allegations, Tiffany. They are forcing the feds to investigate this woman because they have to. They have to. They have to investigate her. Why? Because look what all these people are saying. So that's what you're seeing. But then what does that do? That makes you think she's automatically guilty. And then you got people like Tiffany that will say, it's gonna come out. Watch when this happen, when it's all over, we gonna see. You don't know. You're already starting to think that she's guilty because of what you're hearing. You don't know. Let those people do their job and then come back and say, she did that. Because if this happens for another year, by the time if she is innocent, right? If she's not guilty, by the time they find out that she's not guilty, she'll be up for re-election, and most likely all that damage would make sure she's not in the seat anymore. And guess who gets to be mayor? And guess who gets to run? Jason. You understand? Like, we gonna get to all that. We're going to get to all that. Like, if you damage her reputation and her name and everything right now, re-election is pretty much all you banking on. She ain't gonna get. This is politics we talking about, and according to Henyard, she says she conducts this as a business, as a company, and these people conduct it as politics. So if you know how the politics game go, if they're playing politics, then these are strategies that they're using. Because if all these things do not, if a lot of things that she says she cannot do because they're stopping it, if the city goes in debt under her administration because they're not paying people, it don't matter if they're doing it, she's going to get the blame. She's gonna have to deal with that. It's gonna always be her, and then they will replace her as a mayor, and they will still be there on the board unless some people vote them out. And most people don't be paying attention to these little elections like they need to. They usually pay attention to the general ones, the big ones. So a lot of the smaller people get away with a lot of stuff because all they need is but so much people to vote. And when you don't got the whole entire city voting because they don't focus on those little elections like that, then a lot of these people can get away. Because if you don't vote and only people that's voting is the people that's for him, he gonna win. So a lot of people not voting during these elections. A lot of these positions right here, these guys are keeping it even if they're doing stuff wrong because people are not into it like that. They're into the who's in charge. Everything that goes wrong in this administration she is going to be on her. She has to take the blame. Period. I don't see what that has to do with anything. It says you guys don't know. Everyone wanted Jason to run, but Jason didn't want to run. I don't see what that has to do with anything. But okay. All right, let's continue.
I'm ready, Clerky.
Okay. All right. Trustee Holmes.
Aye.
Trustee Norwood.
Aye.
Trustee Steve.
Aye.
Trustee Belcher.
Aye.
Trustee House.
Aye.
And Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Motion.
Keep the change. If you listen, when we get to videos, to live streams, like when I actually do a live, when they discussing the budget, man, I'm gonna have to let y'all see it to see if y'all see what I see. So I'm gonna play this one. We gonna break this down. Of course, we here.
Carries 6-0. Welcome aboard. Freddie Gatewood. Okay, so we're gonna do the next one before we do your swearing in. So we do them all at once, and everybody can go enjoy. Come back out. We're gonna do the second one, the police. Yeah, we're gonna do them all.
Oh, well, Tiffany, I'm not one of those people. You said because everyone keeps saying he wanted the seat and he didn't. Well, I'm not one of those people, right? But I can also see that when he see her win, knowing that he could have ran, I can see that maybe he might want to change his mind. Maybe he feel like running now. Maybe he feel like he should have ran. Like all these things but I'm not gonna go that route because I'm not trying to demonize Jason based on my negative thoughts and opinions. Because I could think a bunch of logical negative reasons for why, you know what I mean, he's doing this now. But I'm not gonna do that to him. I'm gonna look to see if I see any evidence that or anything that would lead me to understand this behavior. So this is why I'm even going back this far, because I want to see the interactions. I want to see where did it go wrong? What made them? Because what happens is every meeting became a repeat of the last one. They did the same thing in every meeting. So when you see them doing the same thing in every meeting, stopping stuff, voting no, arguing every meeting, I need to understand at what point was you guys ever cool? And when I go back, I see that from the very first meeting this woman had as mayor, there's been some issues. And I'm like, God damn. Goddamn. And the issues are coming because the things that she say to them makes it seem like they're not doing their job, and then they get upset and say, "We not children. Don't talk to us like children." And they all share that sentiment, and then they fold their hands, and then they pout, and then they do stuff to get back. And I said, "Nah, this ain't cool, bro. This ain't cool, bruh." But anyway, we'll see.
That one says it's swearing in. So you want to go to your computer so we can do the approval of the police officers all at once, so you can do swearing in and everybody can go. Yep. 1 second, guys. I know she gonna step in.
Okay.
Okay. You know you ready. You ready, clerk?
You ready?
Okay, thank you. Next, can I have approval of the swearing in of 3 patrolmen, 2 commanders, 1 inspector?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the swearing in of 3 patrol officers, 2 commanders. The board is not okay with the inspector because we don't know who it is, what's his position, what's his pay. So we were okay with approving the 3 patrol officers and the commanders. That's my motion.
Now, now it becomes another issue. I'm gonna let y'all see the interaction, then I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna discuss it. Go back over it, let y'all hear it, because now it's gonna be an issue between her and Mr. Steve.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the swearing in of 3 patrol officers, 2 commanders. The board is not okay with the inspector because we don't know who it is, what's his position, what's his pay. So we were okay with approving the 3 patrol officers and the commanders. That's my motion.
Okay. Do anyone want to second that or revise his motion to approve the inspector as well?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so you guys are approving 3 patrolmen and 2 commanders?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion? I'm sorry, any discussion?
The reason why I said it like that, and we agree with it, we don't know what's the inspector's position, who is he, what's the pay, what's that wasn't for me, that's a new title or a new position. What is that position?
Okay, so let me just put this out here for the record for my new board.
All right, y'all. Do y'all see what's about to happen? I don't know if y'all can predict it yet. But she about to do some lecturing. Just like she lectured the first time about reading your packages, she ready to do some lecturing again. Now, with this lecturing, aka chastising, but you're not being disrespectful, but you're lecturing as if, you are teaching some people that don't have the full understanding. You understand? So some people get rubbed the wrong way. But is this lecture necessary? Because I've been lectured before at work. I've been lectured all kind of places, nigga. I get lectured on YouTube. I've been lectured on YouTube. So I know that people tend to try to correct you if they might think you're doing something wrong. And the thing here is, this is the mayor, and this is her staff, administration, and I think the mayor is allowed to check and lecture. I think that happens. That's okay. It might not be what you like, but these things happen. I'm sure your boss might have called you in one day and had some things to say, but it's all about the respect level, though. If I'm not disrespecting you. So she's about to make a statement. I'm trying to figure out what the statement is.
The reason why I said it like that, and we agree with it, we don't know what's the inspector's position, who is he, what's the pay, what's that wasn't for me, that's a new title or a new position. What is that position?
Okay, so let me just put this out here for the record for my new board. You guys get an agenda, a package. You guys have time to review it, go over it, and ask plenty of questions. I don't want us to ever look or be divided like we were in the past. And currently, you guys knew all this was on the agenda. Chief Collins is a great guy. You guys can call his phone at any time. I do it as well. And he normally answers any question to tell y'all the who's who get paid what their title, and what their duty consists of. I don't want it to look like you guys are shutting down the police, which you guys know we need like right away. The specter is Sylvester Baker. He is on the agenda for approval this evening, and I will hope you guys will readjust your vote and vote for him to come on board with us. And I do have Chief Collins that can speak for his selection. He selected his officers. He is the chief, and he has to work with these officers. So I had no input as related to who comes on board with the police department. Chief, the floor is yours.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, I'm saying, man, what's up? This is where it gets interesting. Because I have to try to understand what she's saying. Because this guy, Steve, he's saying, he don't have no information on this. So he's not willing to push it through if he don't know nothing about it. If he doesn't know who's getting replaced, what position it is. He doesn't know these things. And that's legit, right? That's legit when I hear him. But there's always two sides to a story. And then when she responds now, she lets you know that Steve, these type of concerns, you should have addressed those in the emails and calling, because these type of concerns is concerns that you already know you have before you get here. You know you got those concerns before you get here. So when you get here and you don't want to do things based on you have no knowledge of nothing, then did you do your job? Because part of your job is to get the knowledge if you feel like you don't have it when you see it on the agenda, which you get before the meeting. And if you're getting the agenda before the meeting, days before, did you not read it to see that you didn't know about this stuff so that you can address it, so that she can get you all that you need, so that y'all can work together and then come to the meeting and vote accordingly? Why did you not? You're not doing your job. Okay, well, since you're not doing your job, let's have the police come explain something to you that you should have gotten the information for if you really wanted to know. So let's have him do it. Since you don't know, let's do it now. Knowing that we should have done this before the meeting. Let's do it now in front of everybody, because that's what y'all want to do. Let's do it in front of an audience, because this is what you guys want to do. Okay. Y'all supposed to be doing your job behind the scenes and in front of the audience, having the vote or the discussion or both. Instead, you actually try to gather information in the... Just understanding what they supposed to do, what they know they supposed to do, what they not supposed to do, and watching them do it, then you'll understand what's going on here.
He is the chief.
These ain't secrets. Well, I don't know what the secrets is about. This is stuff that they supposed to know. This is stuff that the trustees should have the information for. It's not about secrets, because if the trustees did their job, they would have the answer to the question, right? They wouldn't have to have the questions. And when it's time for discussion, that's when the trustee can say, yes, I see that we're hiring such and such, and I see that we're hiring such and such, and this is what they're doing, and this is what they're doing. The trustee themselves wouldn't say it so that the people that they want to hear it can hear it. They wouldn't ask questions as if I don't know nothing, making it seem to the people that the mayor do not give you guys transparency. That's what it's going to look like. It's going to look like I'm not giving you guys the information. That's what it's going to look like. When you know any of this information that you needed or wanted, you're supposed to have gotten, you're supposed to have contact me for it. Why are you doing this in front of these people? The public is going to know the discussion, this discussion that they're having should not be had because it should have been had already. This is the issue. If you were to do your job, then this discussion wouldn't be had right now. If it's something you wanted the people to know, nobody's stopping you. Nobody's stopping you from telling them. The problem is you don't know the information. And not because you don't have it or you don't have access to it, because you're not doing your job. So when you come on a public platform and says, hey, I don't know and I don't know and I don't know, well, the question becomes, did you do your job? What were you doing Monday through Thursday? What were you doing Monday through Thursday? Why do you have these questions now? It's not about the public. Y'all got to understand what's happening. You got to understand what's happening. If I tell you before I leave the house, tell me what you want because I'm not going to be back for a while. And then you be like, nah, I'm good. I don't need nothing. And then when I leave, you call me and be like, yo, I need to get such and such out the house. Bro, you were supposed to get that before I left. Now you're creating a problem now. Now I got to find somebody to go get the house open for you and all that type of stuff. Why you didn't tell me this? You know I told you to tell me. This is what we're having here. People not doing what they're supposed to do and then coming in the public and making it look like this. So if she doesn't respond, then automatically we're going to think that what they just said, and we're going to have to look at it the way they just put it. It's when she responds that I learned that these dudes is being a little deceitful. TP, if that, you see, that's what I'm saying. That's not good. If this is what he's doing, then he's undermining he's not doing his job just to undermine the mayor. What the hell would cause that? Why would somebody do that? That's not a good thing, TP. So when you say, could it be, the could it be is still wrong and it's bad. It's a problem. This could it be shouldn't be occurring. This could it be shouldn't be happening because there's avenues to do this. There's avenues to do this, bro. If you feel like this mayor ain't doing you know exactly what to do. But what you're doing here is creating something that's bad for her reputation that could mess up her getting voted again. You ain't really trying to do the real thing. You doing what you know is going to make sure she don't get voted in again. See, these things, and when you start watching this, you're going to see how much they do it. These dudes don't even communicate with the mayor. They don't call her. They make it seem like the mayor is supposed to reach out to them and ask them, hey, do you see anything you don't like? Do you want any changes? They treat her like she's supposed to reach out to them. Because what happens is they get the agenda. They got the last say. They got the last say on this. So they get the agenda and then they have to tell her what they don't like or what they like or what they request or what they require. And she has to cater to these guys. Not have to, but compromise, cater, and then bring it back to them and be like, this is what I made all the changes that you like. Can we move forward with it now? But what they're doing is they're skipping that part. They're never letting her get to that part so that every time she think they don't got no complaint because they ain't say nothing, they received the package and they had nothing to say for a week. And now we in the meeting and now they got all these complaints about the package. When I ain't hear from you all week, when that day of the vote, I expect no issues. When you ain't call me and say no complaint all week, then I expect when it's time to vote, we don't got no issues. Every time, they don't contact her and they bring all the issues when it's time to vote, and then they can't vote on the stuff because they got these issues, and she get frustrated every time because like, you supposed to call me, you supposed to email me, we supposed to take care of this before we got here. Why y'all keep doing this in front of the people? And I'm the only one that can hear her. I'm the only one that can. She doing it backwards. She's not what the hell is going on here? Keep the change. You're not understanding. They have to approve it. Keep the change. The trustees have to approve it. They're not approving it. They're not approving it because they're saying, oh, we don't understand this and we don't understand that. She can't approve it. She has to bring it to them and they have to approve it. But what's happening? They're not approving it because they're saying that they need some answers. They need answers to this and they need answers to that. And the question becomes, why didn't you contact me all week? I sent you the package. Anything you don't like in there, you're supposed to contact me so I can make the changes, so I can represent back to you the revised version with everything you want. They don't want the revised version. They don't want the revised version. They want to make sure they hold up everything she's trying to do every meeting. So they're going to make sure that they don't communicate with her. They got a bunch of issues about the agenda, but they ain't going to tell her nothing. They're going to wait till the meeting and be like, hey, I can't vote for this because I got this problem. And they'll be like, well, why you didn't tell me you had the problem? I would have changed it. It's nothing for me to fix the issues that you guys are having. Why y'all ain't telling me so I can fix it? Because we don't want to tell you, Mayor, because we need you to keep messing up and looking bad so that we can get these positions now because we don't want you here. We don't want you here. And even if you're not doing anything wrong, we don't like the way you talk to us. We want you out of here. We ain't your children. And it's sad. It's sad. Sad, 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 sad. And the media, clearly, that's how I be knowing money's involved. And the media is all for tarnishing her name. And I say, God damn. And then you put on Mary Lightfoot. Oh, God damn. There's a lot of money involved in here to get rid of this woman, man. There's some big money and big players involved to get rid of this woman. That's all that's all I can say. But let's continue.
Readjust your vote and vote for him to come on board with us. And I do have Chief Collins that can speak for his selection. He selected his officers. He is the chief, and he has to work with these officers. So I had no input as related to who comes on board with the police department. Chief, the floor is yours.
GWB. I have to agree with you that she definitely might rub people the wrong way, but you got to understand, polarizing figures are the ones with the most effect. She might be polarizing. It's either you might like her or hate her. When you're polarizing, whoo-wee, you know what I'm saying? But as much people don't like her, as much people do. You feel me? Now, what they're doing a very good job of painting the picture of her in one way, and they're only representing what the trustees are saying. So the media is literally parroting the trustees. So all the issues that the trustees have is what the media is putting forefront as if the media saw these issues. So the trustees is giving interviews. They do you know that my man Edward Steve is now a YouTuber or a podcaster now? My man is a podcaster or a YouTuber now. Like that, my man doing interviews and all type of stuff. These people, listen, it's a lot going on here. It's a lot going on here. It's a lot going on here. But I could go all over the place with it because, this is not even recent. This is old stuff. So if we even talk about what's recent, but if we don't know where we're coming from, where we gonna go? If we don't know how we got here and we try to start making decisions, we're gonna be messed up. We're gonna be messed up. We need to understand where it started in order to fix the problem. I could believe they're all crooked. I could believe they're all crooked, Acacia. But my issue is what they're doing to her, that is messed up. Because they are literally not giving her a chance. And they're finding reasons to not give her a chance. All she needs is a chance. They're not allowing her to do things. And they're making up reasons because they won't give her a chance. Like, goddamn, you won't even give her a chance to mess up. I bet you gave every other mayor a chance to mess up. You won't even give her a chance to try. They won't give her a chance, bruh. They won't give her a chance. And they tried to recall her, and the judge found it in her favor, and the judge said, y'all trying to stop a young black woman. They said, y'all not even trying to give her a chance. That's what the judge said. But let's go.
Readjust your vote and vote for him to come on board with us. And I do have Chief Collins that can speak for his selection. He selected his officers. He is the chief, and he has to work with these officers. So I had no input as related to who comes on board with the police department. Chief, the floor is yours.
Trustees, are there any questions that I can answer in regards to this position of police inspector?
Yes. What is it? What is the police inspector? What is that position?
What I did was, instead of naming that position a commander, which ultimately would have been approved, I'm suspecting, I adjusted that position, same pay, there's no pay difference, same pay as a commander. However, the police inspector will be in charge of policy, which we need someone to keep an eye on policy because that's the biggest area where police departments get in trouble, and also accreditation manager and also internal affairs division, so that we can have one central point that will make sure all policies are up to date and conform to United States Supreme Court standards and best accepted practices across the nation, and also one point where our accreditation so that we can be on a national level with other police departments that are seen widely as best accepted practices, and also with internal affairs so that every officer complaint is inspected and investigated by one central point so that we can get the best transparency and show the citizens that we are trying to be open and honest about our investigations and the resolution of our investigations. So the inspector will help develop DPD policies, seek out best practices, maintain up-to-date policies, which we do not have anyone to do that on a daily basis, monitor and ensure policy training is conducted and entered into the employee files, ensure police department policies and procedures are evaluated against established criteria and in compliance with those criteria by an independent authoritative body, to conduct accident review hearings, compromise the various members of different levels of the department to determine cause and if any policies were violated, to review all recommendations for discipline, to conduct internal investigations, interrogations, and prepare reports with recommended courses of action, to assist the chief and or the deputy chief of police with any special projects. The police inspector will be a vital member of the Dalton Police Department's command staff with functional responsibility and interaction within and outside of its organization, the ability to effectively communicate and collaborate across these networks.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Collins. I do have two questions because I did ask about the commanders, and I was under the impression that Sylvester Baker was going to be a commander. So you're saying he's going to be the inspector. So who are the two commanders?
Okay, so originally, if you can still hear me okay, he would have been a commander, but when I reevaluated this position, and if I have someone that's going to be investigating misconduct, I do not need that person doing the investigation at the same rank as the people that he may have to investigate. He needs to be a rank higher. However, with that rank, it does not come with a pay increase. The pay stays the same, so we're not shelling out any more dollars than we have to. But the other commanders are Sergeant Price, who currently runs 3 divisions. Commanders usually run 1 division, but he's running it as a sergeant. And we have commanders running division. That's why he would be elevated to the level of commander to fit the position that he's already in. And the other commander will be for, give me 1 second. The other commander is so that we can have one person dedicated to community outreach, response, and engagement, so that we have one person doing community policing, taking care of neighborhood walking, everything that has to do with community policing. And if you would bear with me, I'll give you the job description of our core commander. The commander, community outreach, response, and engagement will seek to build relationships and trust between the department and the community while leveling best accepted practices in community outreach, community policing, and community engagement. The core commander will be instrumental in uniting various entities within the village of Dalton for common goal of increasing public safety and enhancing the quality of life of its residents. To coordinate community policing meetings, community policing events, Project Connect, National Night Out, and crime-free housing seminars. To field community concerns and coordinate immediate responses to matters, to generate and respond to email, field phone calls, text messages, and anonymous tips and complaints, and will measure the correct and appropriate responses. To make site visits and meet with community members and community stakeholders. Collaborate with the patrol commander to draft immediate neighborhood response to incidents and problems in the areas. To solicit input from all department members on how to strengthen community relations and utilize that feedback to develop and implement strategic plans. To meet and develop relationships with school administrators, identify public safety needs and what available resources they have that can be used to help combat crime, i.e. student truancy, build layout diagrams, building access, develop and design and develop and launch a community policing police academy to promote crime prevention through environmental design. The commander, community outreach, response, and engagement is a vital member of the Dalton Police Department's command staff with interactions across all levels of the departments and externally. Performance in this role will have a direct effect on community relations, trust, and support.
Okay, so who is that person? You never gave the name. I'm sorry.
Identified. I'm sorry. I did not name that person. Her name is Inez Riley. She is a retired Chicago police officer.
Okay, one last question, and I'll be done. Did Sergeant Price, you said his pay will remain the same as a commander?
That is correct.
And do we have the pay for the inspector and the other commander, since the inspector is a new position?
Yes, both at $55,000, which is way below what our current command staff would be making.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to say one thing.
I do want to say, King Victim and Keep the Change, yes, it would have been a conflict of interest. That's why they had to create a new position just to avoid the conflict of interest thing. But yeah, it is a whole conflict of interest, and that's why they was creating a new position. Lord of mercy. But as you know, King King Victim and Keep the Change. The police department has internal affairs. There goes your conflict of interest right there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Great explanation, Chief.
I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to say one thing. Great explanation, Chief. And just because we asked a question doesn't mean we're trying to shut it down. That question brought out the great explanation, which people in the town and people who are watching really need to hear the explanation, and the village needs to hear. So great question, great answer. We can move on.
Bruh. So, as you can see, he ain't like what she said about him. And the police, the whoever that was speaking, if this is the police chief or what, he just made his case so good, he looked stupid. That Steve looked stupid. Steve, it's like, damn, Steve, you should have gotten all this information, bruh. Steve, you should have gotten all this information. Now that Steve got it, Steve like, oh, damn. Damn, well, he explained it. Well, you would have got that same explanation if you had contacted him like you're supposed to if you had the problem. Now, remember, Steve is the one who decided to vote against it, and that's why they're having this discussion. So now that Steve got the answer, y'all, let's do a vote. I'm going to do a vote in the chat for 2 minutes. I'm going to put a poll in the chat for 2 minutes. Will Trustee Steve change his vote to yes? To yes for the new position. I'm putting the poll in the chat. Let me see what y'all gonna think. What y'all say. Poll is in the chat. I'm gonna start the timer. Where is it? Hold on. Y'all heard what it was. Y'all heard what it is. Trustee Steve did not want to go through with it because he didn't have an understanding. He didn't know what it was. And now the police chief, or I forgot which rank he is, but as we heard, there was a thorough breakdown that gave complete and full understanding of what the position is, why it exists, how much it's going to be, and everything it details. Do you think that Trustee Steve will vote yes? Now that he have the info, he may. It can't be presented until they tell him that that's what they need. King Victim. The information can't be presented until you ask for it because we don't know you want it. We present what we present to you, and then you request whatever you need, and then we can add to that. That's the procedure, right? You present it, they get it, they sit at home with it for days, and then they come to a meeting. But in that time, they supposed to call and address everything that they have an issue with. That's what their job is. It's not supposed to be in the packet. The packet is the agenda packet. It tells them what's on the agenda. It gives them basically a list of the things that they're going to cover and vote on or discuss today. And when they see what's on the agenda, it's for them to reach out to the mayor's office to get any specifics that they need. It's for them to do it. That's their job. All right. 2 minutes is up. 2 minutes is up. Let me end this poll. All right. We got 18 votes. Will Trustee Steve change his vote to yes for the new position? 50. God damn, it's 50-50. It's 50-50. My God. It's 50-50, y'all. All right, so we got the explanation. Let's hear what Trustee Steve has to say about it. I'm going to go back a little bit. Trustee Steve has an attitude because Mayor Henyard insinuated that what they're doing is going to look like they're stopping progress for the police. So she's saying she don't want her people, which is them, to look like they are stopping progress for the police. Because when you do this on the public platform, on the public forum, it looks like you're stopping progress. So if all these questions that you had, you should have addressed it before we got to the meeting so that you don't have to vote things down like this that look like you stopping progress for the police. She's thinking about the brand. She's thinking about the brand. All of them included, because at the end of the day, the things that they do is going to affect her. So she's like, listen, I don't want my people to look like they are voting down shit for the police. So it's important that you do your job ahead of time so that when we get here, we don't have this process. Who said? Well, I've heard the mayor say it so many times that I'm convinced that that's how it goes. I've heard the mayor say it so many times to them that I'm convinced that's how it goes. I need to learn if that's not how it goes, because she says it to them every time. She says it to them every time. I mean, she don't stop saying it. And she was a trustee. So I'm inclined to think that she know. You said that's not facts, though. Oh, my bad. Explain to me how the city of Dalton runs that. I'm gonna let King Victim explain to us how this works. We're gonna let King Victim explain to us how this works in the city of Dalton, because King Victim said that's not facts, though. So I don't know. I don't know what's facts and what's not, right? But King Victim does. So, if you don't mind, explain to us so that we can get a better understanding from your expertise. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the experts in the chat. I ain't no expert. I'm doing research. Hang on. I'm waiting. Just waiting for a little bit to get this response. She probably writing a long one. He probably writing a long one. They probably writing a long one. Well, me personally, I have a bias for the deceit. So as soon as I start seeing deceit, I'm going to scrutinize you even more. As soon as I see deceit, I'm going to scrutinize even more, because I'm a critical thinker. And why wouldn't I scrutinize deceit? I don't know Mayor Henyard, and I ain't hear about her till this week. And when I clicked on the video that I first saw of her, I expected to see her stealing money. Complete stranger. Never seen her before, never heard of her before or anything. So what makes me want to be biased in her favor? What does that? What do you think would do that? That's not facts, though, ain't an opinion, King Victim. Saying that that's not facts, though, that's not your opinion. Because your response to saying that I'm biased and you're saying allow others to have their opinion, that's not facts, though, that's not an opinion. That's a statement that you know something. Are you sensitive, King Victim? Because then maybe you don't need to be, having the conversation with me. Because my strong aggressive response is is how I respond, and that's not facts though. Is not a that's not facts though. Is what I'm addressing, and you're the one making these kind of statements. So you can't make these kind of validating statements and then act like they're opinions. That's not an opinion to state that something's not a fact. That's not an opinion. So when you're making these kind of statements in the chat and I respond because you're not giving your opinion, then what am I supposed to say? All right, let's move on.
The pay for the inspector and the other commander, since the inspector is a new position?
Yes, both at 55,000, which is way below what our current command staff would be making.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to say one thing. Great explanation, Chief. And just because we asked a question doesn't mean we're trying to shut it down. That question brought out the great explanation, which people in the town and people who are watching really need to hear the explanation, and the village needs to hear. So great question, great answer. We can move on.
Scapegoat every time. The people needed to know. Scapegoat every time for when they do some nonsense like this. The people needed to know. So now, if you're watching and you're one of the people, automatically you're going to think, oh, he's just on our side. He's just making sure we are getting the information the right way. This is a game. This is a game. See, I'm calling it like I see it. Because I don't know these people. But when I got questions that don't, and the answers that they're giving is not making sense, or just it's not making sense, I have to look into it deeper, because people are people. And a lot of times you can narrow down things. People don't get happy about something and then punch somebody in the face. You feel me? So if you told me that you were so happy that you decided to knock this person out and knock their teeth out and stomp them in the ground because you were so happy, I'm inclined to try to understand a little bit more, because that doesn't make sense. That's not the normal way things go with people.
Lovey, 2 hearts, star donated $5 through Super Chat.
This type of violence is usually sought through anger. Like, FBI do profiling for a reason. Because your behavior could allow them to pinpoint what kind of person you are and find out even what you look like. That's how deep it can go. We're going to analyze this video for now. This video and the actions in this video and the things that we're seeing in this one. Because as of now, the things that I brought up, some of the recent things, hasn't happened yet in this video that we're watching. So right now we are in the past. She hasn't. They're investigating her. They're investigating her. So right now we're in the past. So some of the things that we heard hasn't happened yet, right? So if some of these things that we heard that they're accusing her of hasn't happened yet, and they already are dealing with her a certain way, then we would know that the reasons that they're giving for the recent things is not the reason why they've been having this behavior from before that. All right? So if you was dealing with her negatively before you started accusing her of taking the funds, then what was your reason for dealing with her negatively before that? So that's what I wanted to know. I wanted to know if there was somewhere in the relationship. This is a meeting from June 7th, 2021. I want to know if there was I wanted to see where along the line did the relationships change. to where they started treating her differently because they realized she was on some fuck shit. That's what I wanted to see. Because I'm basically, I'm like, it has to be a start. They're treating her this way for a fucking reason or something. So I need to find out, right? So I'm going back to find out, well, when were they good? When was everything all good? Everybody was family, you know. We are family. I want to go back to when it was like that and then start from there and keep going forward to see where it went wrong. And by God, my God, the first day, bro. the first day of meeting as a mayor, her first day in the meeting as a mayor, it was already on. I said, God damn. I got so confused. I'm like, is these people, is they cool with each other? Do they hate each other? Like, at what point did they ever like each other? From early on, the bickering started from day one. So this is the second meeting, and I'm trying to figure out what was the issue, right? What's the issue? Well, the issue is the mayor be checking them for certain shit, and they feel like the mayor be passing her place by trying to check them. They feel like the mayor think they are children because she checks them. So I see how they talk to each other now. And I'll be like, yeah, the mayor be talking to them all kind of crazy way. They all ghetto. They all talk to each other real disrespectful, right? So I agree. All the motherfuckers talk to each other very disrespectful. But at what point did this start? So I go back to this and sorry, I didn't stop this so much times. But let me play out this whole interaction and I'm going to go back to it. I'm going to play out the whole interaction and I'm going to go back to it.
Explanation, which people in the town and people who are watching really
Appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to say one thing. Great explanation, Chief. And just because we asked a question doesn't mean we're trying to shut it down. That question brought out the great explanation, which people in the town and people who are watching really need to hear the explanation and the village needs to hear. So great question, great answer. We can move on.
Now, just because we ask a question doesn't mean we're trying to shut it down, all right? Just keep that in mind. Just because we asked the question, I felt the need to say that because, you made it seem like, I ain't had good intentions, right? So just because we ask a question doesn't mean we try to shut it down. Just keep that in mind.
Okay, so does that mean you're going to adjust your motion to add the inspector in?
No.
Okay, so it wasn't a great.
Do y'all see that? Do you see what just happened? Do you see what just happened? Great explanation. I fully understand. And now to let you know, just because I had questions doesn't mean I was going to shut something down. And what's her response? Oh, well, that would mean that you're about to change your vote to yes. What does he do? No. No. See where it stems from? You see what? Was she disrespecting these dudes, these people at this time? Not what you're seeing from her today, the way she talked to them today, is that what was happening now when they started doing this nonsense? Is the way she checking them? Is the way she checking them now the way she's checking them, the way she was checking them back then? And is the way they responded to her any different than they respond to her now? That's what you got. Pay attention. Pay attention. At some point, her energy is going to match theirs. At some point. But this is for the people. This is for the people. They need the police stuff, right? Your question was, you didn't know anything in detail about this whole thing. So it would seem like once you get all the information, and if the information is sufficient enough for you, you would then approve it. for the people. He let his feelings come into play and his pride determine his, like, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy and the things that I'm seeing, I'm not seeing, or I'm making this stuff up. But I don't know this woman. And when I saw what the video and I clicked on the video, what the title was trying to tell me I was supposed to see, I didn't see it. I did not see what the title was telling me I was supposed to see. Is what he's doing right now, you think it's warranted? You think what he's doing right now is warranted? You think what he's doing is in retaliation? Do you think he's being vindictive? Don't worry. He's going to explain more how much in his feelings he is.
The inspector and the other commander, since the inspector is a new position?
Yes, both at 55,000, which is way below what our current command staff would be making.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to say one thing. Great explanation, Chief. And just because we asked a question doesn't mean we're trying to shut it down. That question brought out the great explanation, which people in the town and people who are watching really need to hear the explanation, and the village needs to hear. So great question, great answer. We can move on.
Understood.
Okay, so does that mean you're going to adjust your motion to add the inspector in?
No.
Okay, so it wasn't a great answer then. Okay. Anybody want to amend his motion, or everybody are cool with 3 patrolmen and 2 commanders?
I'll be recognized.
Go ahead, Trustee Holmes.
Yeah, I think we should move forward with the inspector included. I mean, we're working together to build this village. And also, everything has been explained. And like you stated, it has been out there, and we had ample time to talk to the chief and get all this together. And we have ample time on our own to talk to some of the residents on our own. So
Pay attention, people. Who is Trustee Holmes? Trustee Holmes is the one that they're accusing of sexual assault. When you listen to Trustee Holmes, 2 years before the sexual assault accusation, listen to Trustee Holmes so you can have an idea of who this man is. Did y'all hear what he said? Trustee Holmes is the guy who they're accusing of being her lackey, her jockey, one of her henchmen, I guess. Listen to his words and tell me if you think he's an intelligent man or not. Listen to his words and tell me if you think that he actually is there for the job that he's there to do or not. Said, this screams Tiffany Henyard has offered you a payday. This video will not explain anything except they still have the same issues, transparency and ignorance. Well, I did show a couple things that I see nobody else showed. I've been watching so much videos on YouTube, and I don't see nobody actually pointing out these things. So that was some concern to me, JoJo. It made me real concerned when I know when these things was taking place and nobody points it out. And I don't follow the media. I don't allow them to stray what I think. I have to check it out. And when I was trying to get an entire perspective of everything, I could only get one side. I can't get nothing else. I can't get nothing else except for what they got to say about her. I can't find nothing else, bro. I know what that's like I know what that is when the media only got that. That's all they got on you. So I started looking. I had to go and do independent research and find, because the media is showing clips from these very same meetings. The media is showing clips from these very same meetings. So I'm like, well, where's these meetings at? Let me go watch these and see how this stuff even transpired, what started the conversation and all that. And I go back and it'd be like, man, it just looks real weird. And I wonder if people are just ignoring this, or if the media is doing a good job of making people see things the way they want to see it. Because I can see through all that nonsense. And what I'm seeing right now, because let's say she is stealing the money, then she should be arrested for that. She should be, whatever consequences she deserves, she should get it. I agree, right? But at this point right here, there's no money being stolen. At this point right here in 2021, June 7th, there's no money being stolen. There's no accusation of corruption. There's just a lot of nonsense going on with people and their feelings. And as a person that lived life, when you deal with certain kind of people, you're going to get certain kind of actions. So people that are vindictive in their feelings and stuff like that, when you piss them off, they usually do things you don't like. So what I'm seeing is characteristics of vindictive people. So 2 years later, I could understand if there's an agenda. Now, as I go through it, I'm going to be able to, make a more precise decision, a more valid decision on whether or not I think that. But from what I'm seeing in the moment, this ain't about the scandal. This ain't about the investigation. What I'm seeing in the moment is people being vindictive. No, GWB, I'm not sure when the security detail started. So, until I know when it started, I wouldn't really speak on it because I can easily say without knowing that maybe, which I don't want to do because then that just be speculating in her favor. But just like someone can make the case that she's abusing it, I can make the case that she needs it. She has everybody that's close to her trying to get her out of there. Who knows if they could be trying to physically harm her? Who knows if... So all those things have to be considered, and then you can go down through this whole conspiracy stuff of what it could be and what it can't be, and I'm not even going to do it. What I say is, let's find out when she started the security detail so we can have a little more understanding. If she started that security detail when she first got, then it would be a little questionable. Why do you need 24-hour detail? You just got, why do you need that at this time? But if after a lot of the pressure start happening and they start trying to recall her and all that type of stuff, if she got a security detail around that time, that should make a little bit more sense to anybody, any thinking man. So I want to make sure that it's that way, or is that before I say whether or not she's abusing that. You know what I mean? Because on YouTube, people say certain things about me, and I have people requesting that I get security. And this is just YouTube. Because anybody understands that when you have people threatening and you have people know where you live and all that type of stuff, your life could possibly be in danger. So, that would actually require more security. So I would hate for that to be the case and then us ignore it because of what we heard, or you know what I mean? So let's just find out exactly when she started that security detail so that we can have the discussion, because until we find out, then we don't want to be wrong, do we? Or do we not mind being wrong and just want to say whatever we want to say? And that you can let that happen. I just don't want to waste my time doing that.
Okay. Anybody want to amend his motion, or everybody are cool with
now,
3 patrolmen? And
we're going to listen to Trustee Holmes and see if we could make sense, see if there's any sense in anything that he's saying.
2 commanders.
I'll be recognized.
Go ahead, Trustee Holmes.
Yeah, I think we should move forward with the inspector included. I mean, we're working together to build this village. And also, everything has been explained, and like you stated, it has been out there, and we had ample time to talk to the chief and get all this together. And we have ample time on our own to talk to some of the residents.
Now here we have a trustee who said, here we have a trustee who's telling the other trustee, we had ample time to review this. We went and speak to some of the residents and even got their approval. We did all this, so I don't see why this is happening. Here goes a trustee that sounds like he does his job. He's speaking for the rest of them. We already know we had this information. We had the ability to review it. We. He's chastising them about not doing their job. Am I making this up? Is this my bias speaking? Mr. Fairplay, what's up? Is this my bias speaking? Because maybe it is. Because I'm starting to feel like maybe I'm crazy or something. Because for some reason, everything this man is saying to me is making sense. Everything he's saying to me is making sense. And I want to know, am I crazy? Because I'm understanding everything he's saying. Am I crazy? Let me listen to this again.
And 2 commanders.
I'll be recognized.
Go ahead, Trustee Holmes.
Yeah, I think we should move forward with the inspector included. I mean, we're working together to build this village. And also, everything has been explained, and like you stated, it has been out there, and we had ample time to talk to the chief and get all this together. And we have ample time on our own to talk to some of the residents on our own. So I'm saying in agreements with the 3 patrolmen, the 2 commanders, and the 1 inspector.
Mm-hmm. So is your motion to amend?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Anybody want to second his amended motion?
Oh, King Victim, questions is great, but you was kind of making some statements there. I was challenging your statements.
Okay. Hearing none. Back to the original motion. 3 patrolmen and 2 commanders. Any more discussion? Okay. Board of Trustees, for future reference, I will hope y'all will definitely increase the police department. We need so much things, whether it's tasers, equipment, vehicles, and we need more bodies. The number 1 complaint that residents complain about is crime within Dalton, whether it's a shooting, carjackings, or home invasions. We have to make Dalton better. You guys vowed to do so, and I'm kind of shocked that you guys are actually taking away instead of adding on for our police officers. I thought that was a great idea to put an inspector in place. We do need that, so maybe later on down the line, you guys will entertain that and bring an inspector on. Other than that, I'm finished. So you can.
Now, she just checked them again. But look how she did it. They don't like that shit. Now, I want to know if y'all seeing it. You see how she checked them? I would think that if she was to check them this way now, nobody would be saying that she's as ratchet as she is. You know what I'm saying? But look how she checked them. She's damn near pleaded with them, and she's pointing. But this is the thing. She's embarrassing them in front of the public because she's pretty much putting them on blast. She's doing it respectfully, but she's putting them on blast. And these Negroes don't like that ish. They don't like it. They don't like it. Let's see what they got to say to that. King Victim, that's considered checking because you're telling them about themselves. Whether you did it in a logical way or not, you're dealing with people with this type of behavior where a word, I watch. You know those kind of people that if you make them feel a way, they're gonna want to get back at you. If you make them feel a way, they're gonna. It got people that they get real petty for little stuff and they do things because of their pettiness.
Roll call, clerky.
Trustee Holmes,
Aye.
Norwood. Trustee Norwood.
Aye. Aye.
Trustee Steve.
Aye.
Trustee Belcher.
Aye.
Trustee House.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye. Okay, motion carries 6-0. So we're gonna pause for a minute and do the swearing-ins. Okay, clerk.
Look at your boy, Keith, Steve. I keep calling him Keith. I don't know why. Steve don't look pleased at all.
Keith, come out now.
They're about to do a swearing in for the police. I'm gonna skip that part while they do this. They're gonna do the swearing for the ones that they approved. As you can see, they're all in the same building. They're just doing the Zoom thing. They're all in the same place. They're just doing the Zoom. So they did all that. Put all in place, who they wanted to put in place, whatever. Now they're coming back. Let me get to it.
Wait a minute, I still got noise. I said, you got to line up in your chair.
Okay, hi, we're back. What time is it? 7:47 p.m. We're going to go back in order of the agenda, and we're going to start with general announcements, and then we work our way back down. So do any trustee have any general announcements to make?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Trustee Norwood, you have the floor.
I would just like the community to know that I am having a community cleanup. The community cleanup will be this June 19th. We'll be meeting at the Village Hall, 14122 Martin Luther King Drive at 9 a.m. We plan to start at 9:30 a.m. And I have partnered up with some people in the community, so I've partnered up with Dalton Park District. And after the cleanup,
I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me Jojo Hearts. Shout out to Jojo Harris. Shout out to you, man. He said Trustee Holmes 2023 has a criminal case against a female. Tiffany defended him while the victim lost her job. He will agree with everything she say and do. There always will be a question. I could definitely see that at 2023 and afterwards, right? But we're in 2021. This video we're watching is in 2021. So I definitely see the validity in what you're saying as of 2023 and beyond, right? But you don't have that foundation in 2021 for him being as transparent or as down the middle as he is. You don't have that foundation at this point. Yeah, right now he's untrustee Holmes. That's a fact. But at this point, you don't have that. It's 2021.
to Dalton Park District celebration. They're having a Juneteenth celebration also on the same day. So I figured the volunteers and I and the rest of the community can go head over. You'll have face painting, we'll have bouncy houses. If any fathers out there would like to participate, feel free to do so. They're having a basketball tournament for the fathers. So y'all can come out. I'd like to thank two of my sponsors, Ambulance. Thank you for helping us sponsor the event. I also have the Interest Entertainment venue. So they came to support, and I hope that anyone who would love to come out and give us a helping hand with cleaning up that day. If you need to reach me, feel free to call me at 708-968-4297. And I hope to see you all there.
All right, thank you. Make sure you guys add that to your calendar. Again, Trustee Norwood, what's the date?
June 19th on the Saturday. And don't let me forget to have my other trustees that's on the committee with me, Edward Steve and Jason House. I want to thank them also for all the input, all the help, and the great ideas.
Okay, thank you so much. Any more announcements?
I got an announcement.
Okay, Trustee Steve.
As we all heard that Mr. Creighton passed away, a longtime resident, and him, the Creighton family. And Wayne Adams passed away as well. Wayne Adams was the man who was, I think, was 102. We named the street after him. Last year, he passed away as well. So let's keep the family in our prayers. And I would love for our board and the mayor, we named the street after Wayne Adams. We should come together and collectively try to do something for Mr. Creighton and his name, because he was such, they were consistently faithful to Dalton and raising a whole family here. I think 6 children they raised here, and that's commendable. So is there something that we can come together and do something in remembrance of Elder Creighton?
But thank you for that information, Trustee. I am working on renaming his street after Mr. Creighton. I did speak to village administrator, and she's working on putting it together for next board meeting.
Good stuff.
Great news.
Good stuff.
Thank you. Any other trustee?
Just one for me as well. Just kind of echoing Trustee Steve. Mr. Creighton was such a pillar and a great man to talk to, and so I didn't want to go without acknowledging all the contributions and the great individual and the great counsel that he's been given over the years. And my prayers with the family. And I think everybody just really lift up the Creighton family. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other general announcements? Okay, hearing none. Village administrators report. Clerk Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening to all the Board of Trustees and to the residents of the Village of Dalton. I've been the village administrator about 21 days, and I've been working to ensure that we provide services to the residents of Dalton in the most efficient and effective manner. I've also been working to ensure that the Village of Dalton is receiving all of the revenue that we are authorized to receive. And here are some of the things that I've been doing. First of all, I commenced an assessment of the various departments to ensure that they're operating in the most effective and efficient manner to serve the residents. I started with the water department. We've already seen many ways that we will be able to improve the system. Ultimately, I want to ensure that the water bills are accurate and are being billed and paid in a timely manner. I'll be analyzing all the departments, and I will be analyzing their ordinances and the state statute that they're supposed to follow to ensure that we have properly implemented all of the ordinances and the state statutes. Because generally, there's a lot of time there is a disconnect between the actually passing of ordinances and state statutes and the actual implementation. We also recently hired a free virtual intern. Her name is Jiling Yao. It's a special program. It's free to Dalton. She's a graduate of Boston University. She will be attending Harvard in the fall, getting her master's degree, and she's helping us with customer service and responding to customer inquiries. We hope to hire other interns that are free to Dalton and that are virtual, and we also hope to hire some interns from Governor State and South Suburban College. So if anyone knows of an intern that would like to provide free services and get credit, college credit, we'd love to have them work for us. I met with the Cook County Assessor, Fritz Kagi, and he assigned to me a staff person. My interest in meeting with Fritz Kagi was to make sure that we have the universe of Dalton as it relates to property taxes established, that we are getting all the property taxes that we're supposed to get. And so he assigned a person to work with us, and they're going to be downloading a database where we can actually do data analytics. And this is what the virtual intern will work with me on to ensure that any individual that's getting a senior tax exemption, receiving a principal resident exemption, or claiming a vacant property discount is properly doing so. So that's going to be a project that we will be working on. I also contacted the Illinois Secretary of State, and I determined that our database of vehicle stickers, because the first thing I wanted to look at was because we're receiving payments for vehicle stickers right now, I wanted to make sure that when we mail them out, that we mail them out to everyone that has a vehicle in the village of Dalton. So I contacted the Secretary of State, and I found out that we have not updated our database for several years, so that people have moved into Dalton, purchased vehicles, and we have not been sending them out vehicle stickers. I am working on an application to get that to the Secretary of State so we can update our database, and we will be sending out vehicle sticker notifications to those individuals. Individuals that moved into Dalton in prior years and did not buy a sticker will be sent a notification and requested to pay for the prior years as well as the current years. This is my effort to make sure that we are getting all of the revenue that Dalton is supposed to receive. I met with our village engineer, Ron Smith, and went over the infrastructure grants that are in process and those that can be applied for. And I'm working closely with Ron to ensure that we meet all possible deadlines. I have asked our information technology team member to provide me with a list of all of the various systems, because we have a lot of disparate systems within the village of Dalton. And we want to make sure that we are getting, they're all working effectively. And if, in fact, a different department can work with a system that currently exists, we want to make sure that they are interfacing with each other. My primary goal will be to determine that we are capturing the universe of possibilities for collections for property taxes, vehicle stickers, water bills, business licenses, permits, and the like. We must make sure that if they are aware of group and crowd grants to
Administrator Brown, this is Trustee Brown. I have a question.
Yes.
I've always talked about this for the last 2 years. The vehicle stickers, of course, it costs us for printing and postage of people who no longer own those vehicles.
Just getting a general idea of the job that they do or the things that they do in these meetings, and just a general idea on how it goes.
They're still getting that form for vehicles that they no longer have. Is there some kind of way we can actually minimize that process?
Well, we do have, and we have identified that. As a matter of fact, we also have a lot of stickers that are actually coming back. But what's happening is this. As I indicated to you, I've contacted the Secretary of State to send me an updated database. The database had not been updated since 2017. So there's a lot of revenue that we have missed, and a lot of people that have received vehicle stickers that vehicle sticker notifications for cars that they have actually sold. So with this updated database that we receive, that should also rectify that problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Village Administrator, you sound like you've been very busy, but thank you for working in the best interest of our community.
I have been very busy for the 21 days, Trustee.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Does that conclude your report, Clerk Brown?
That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Village Clerk Report, Allison Key.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, residents. I'm requesting approval of the minutes for May 8th special meeting, the inauguration, May 12th special meeting of the Board of Trustees. And
so I haven't researched it to find out exactly, but from watching these, I've come to the conclusion that when the clerk requests minutes, the clerk is requesting to get paid for recording during those dates. That's my assumption of what it is. I haven't checked to confirm, but just going off of me trying to figure it out by watching, I'm under that assumption that this whole minutes thing is payment.
I'm requesting approval of the minutes for May 8th special meeting, the inauguration, May 12th special meeting of the Board of Trustees, and May 17th special meeting of the Board of Trustees.
I'll move.
Second.
Okay, there's
Okay.
a motion by Trustee House and a second by Trustee Belcher. Can you call the roll?
Okay, Trustee Holmes?
Aye.
Trustee Norwood?
Aye.
Okay, Trustee Steve?
Aye.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee House?
Aye.
And Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Motion passed. Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have corporate bills.
Oh.
Trustee House, the floor is yours.
Corporate bills, man. I swear. Corporate bills, if you watch any of these now, every time they get to corporate bills, they start arguing. It's crazy. I'm not sure if they argue in this one, but corporate bills, very important session, very important segment of these meetings.
Okay, so I'm going to read. We have two different packets for our bills, so I'm bringing them up. So bear with me just a moment.
And
We have the
Jason always
electronic
reads
warrant
it.
list, which are items that come as ACH deductions from our bank account, as well as the warrant list of checks that are to be printed upon approval from the board. So the first I will be reading into the record is the electronic payments. I'm sorry, the first I'll read is the warrant list for the bills that will be paid, which is corporate payment registers number 189, which has payments of $891,263.20. Gross payroll for May 7th, $325,950.20. Gross payroll May 21st is $350,251.73. Melanie Fitness Center register for 189 is $3,016.23. Gross payroll for May 7th, $900.11. Gross payroll for May 21st, $918.11, with total corporate payments $1,572,299.58. Next, I'll read into the record the payments for our ACH deductions, which is corporate payment register number 188, with ACH payments of $69,888.61. Water fund payments $291,794.04. Manual checks of $12,247.82. So total payments $373,930.47. Is there a motion to approve the corporate bills?
I make a motion that we approve the corporate bills with the exception of some items. Marvelous Media Group.
Okay. All right. She's making exceptions here. Okay, she's making exceptions. So, in the corporate bills, they can approve to pay everybody or pay everybody except. And she's making a motion right now to pay certain people and not these specific people. I guess she's going to explain why.
Bills with the exception of some items. Marvelous Media Group for 12 we can pay $1,250. It was an invoice for $4,600. Mario's Backyard Eats. I'm asking to have that removed. And Warren Mohammed. I'm asking to have that removed.
Trustee House, can I piggyback off of Trustee Belcher?
I think we need a second to the motion, and then it goes into discussion, Trustee Brown.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Who second? I'm sorry.
Okay, here, I got it. So there's a motion on the floor from Trustee Belcher to remove certain items from the warrant list, and it's been seconded by, what's that, Trustee Brown?
Trustee Steve.
No.
Oh,
Trustee Steve.
Any discussion?
Okay. I have also some items on the warrant list as well. For the Mad Bomber fireworks, what is that for?
That's the fireworks show that we've been speaking of that you guys approved via last board meeting for $5,000 from the village. The park is giving $5,000 as well, so we all agreed to go forward with that.
Okay, this is for $3,000. Are we just paying partial payment and we will pay the rest?
I wouldn't know, Chris. I don't know what invoice they turned in, but I know the Mad Bomber is the fireworks.
Okay, he has it on here for $3,000. That's why I questioned. It's $3,000 for Mad Bomber fireworks. $3,000.
What page?
The Bill's Grill, the DJ Experience, A King's Cleaning Facility, and also Steve has a reimbursement for what?
Okay, let's back up. So to follow you and the board can follow you. What page are you on?
I'm on page 7,
Page 7.
page 8, and page 9.
So page 7, what's the line item?
Hey, this is an interesting exchange so we get an understanding of how this thing works. They want to know where the money's coming from, where this money's going. They asking legit questions. I'm with it. So you start getting the idea of like who's doing their job, who, you know what I mean? But a lot of it has to do with what questions they're asking during the meeting. You know what I mean? Certain questions, yeah. Certain other questions, it'd be like, shout out to shout out to Jonathan McGill. He says, "Hello, I am new here. I live here in Dalton. This mayor's sick." Hey, Jonathan Gill, maybe you can tell me some stuff I don't know, and maybe you can point me in the right direction to get some information. You seem to be a firsthand, basically a firsthand source. So maybe you could point me in the right direction. I'm definitely going by observation, and until I can have anything other than observation, then that's as much as I got. As far as in these meetings, now I'm not sure if y'all see her doing stuff in the city or whatever. So everything people said is true. I'm not sure you would know that. Shout out to Miss Eve. I'm not sure you would know that, Jonathan. I don't know who you are. I don't know if you work in the city. I don't know if you work for the village. I don't know if you are part of the trustees somehow. I don't know if you, but it would be surprising to me that a regular citizen would have more information than everybody else. You know what I mean? I would think that some of the things that none of us know, you wouldn't know either, as far as exactly if the money is being spent. Because you do you get to see that? You know, are you getting to see the checks that's signed? Like, I don't know. You got people on the inside that's seeing it, and you know, when they come out, you gotta listen to them and see if anything they're saying is credible. But I don't know you, sir. You're just a resident. Right, so you're just a resident. So I'm not sure if you're going to have more information as far as inside information, as far as like, you know, the things that somebody that's working in the administration would know. I don't think you might be privy to all those things. And that's why the investigation is happening. The FBI is involved. I heard there's local authorities involved. So how you doing, Jamie Jules? So until they present their findings, I can't say that what they're saying is true. I can only go by what I'm seeing and make my opinion from there. But my opinion isn't fact. My opinion isn't fact. What I'm seeing is real. Acacia, you noticed something. Acacia, you noticed something, right? This one is serious. Acacia, do you notice something? We've been doing this for a while, Wabbits. We've been doing this for a while. This one different. You see what's happening? This one different. Shout out to you, Jonathan. But you know, we in the same boat, man. We still trying to find out the uncoverings of whatever they investigate. So until they come out with that, I don't think you would be privy to the information. So let's see what happens, man. Let's see what happens. I can't speak about the funds. I cannot speak about the funds. I don't know if she's misappropriating the funds. She probably is. I would hope not. You know what I mean? I actually want to see her win because I'm seeing a fight against her. Even here, I see a fight against her so early before all the controversy that I'm like, damn. At least give her a chance to see if she's gonna if she can be a good mayor. Because you're not gonna let her get off the ground at this rate. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, let's back up. So to follow you and the board can follow you. What page are you on?
I'm on page 7,
Page 7.
page 8, and page 9.
So page 7, what's the line item?
For the photography,
Okay.
the $1,474.33. You said the Mad Bombers, it might be the wrong
Yeah,
the
you
wrong
got
amount, because it says 3,000 here, but we
yeah,
said 5,000. So
yeah.
that's 3,000.
Okay, let me respond to you. So the Mad Bombers, it says fireworks on there. So
Yes, it says Mad Bomber fireworks for 3,000 and not the 5,000. So I was asking, is that a partial payment or what?
okay, I'm trying to respond to you, Trustee. So
Okay.
the Mad Bombers is on there for $3,000. The board agreed for $5,000. So my assumption to that is it's just a deposit. So they just told me it was just a deposit from us, the village, to do 3,000.
Okay.
We have to pay the difference of the 2,000.
Okay. Only thing I asked on the warrant list, if they can actually break these things down. Now for the Mario's Backyard Eats, when she said these are inauguration items, those two, in the A King cleaning facility. Is the
Okay.
village responsible for payment? We got enough promotions.
Let me start with one.
Promotions and then a Sunny Black Productions.
Okay, Trustee Brown.
Okay, we'll go back.
Everybody follow.
We'll take it one page. I'll go back, Mayor.
The
Page
fireworks,
6.
explain that.
I remember when she requested the money because it was in the previous meeting I had seen. I remember when she requested the money. She was requesting the money, and she asked for 5,000. In case the people asked for a deposit. So she didn't know what the deposit would be, but she basically was saying it shouldn't be no more than 5,000. So she's requesting 5,000 from the board if the people request a down payment, and she's gonna try to get the lowest package. So she said if it was 20,000 and there's a $15,000 one, she's gonna go for the $15,000 one, and she's gonna try to get the venue to pay 5,000 and whatever. But they didn't get the prices exactly yet. But she needed to make sure that if they do get a vendor, that they have a down payment. So that's what that was for. They agreed to it. It seemed like the down payment was $3,000, but it's covered in the 5. So these questions is valid, right? These questions is valid, but just so that we understand, there's no foul play going on here in this instance, because it's just they need more info she needed more info to understand what she's looking at, because she requested 5,000, but they only took 3,000. Yeah, the price before the money. They explain all this price before the money thing. This is government. They do shit differently. What they said is they looking for people to do the work, and when they find someone, they're gonna need to be able to give them a down payment. So while we're looking for somebody, we can't look for somebody with no money in our pocket. So we got to have something. So at least 5 should cover any down payment we get from any vendor. So that's the understanding that I got when she explained it to them in the meeting prior to this, and they approved it. So the only discrepancy is they approved 5, but this thing is only saying 3. So that's legitimate. That's legitimate questions. Absolutely. A conversation should clear this up. So that's what this is.
Sunny Black Productions.
Okay, Trustee Brown.
Okay, we'll go back.
Everybody follow.
We'll take it one page. I'll go back, Mayor.
The
Page
fireworks,
6.
explain that one. And what was
Page
the
6?
media group? On page 7, the media group?
Yeah.
Okay, which one you said you wanted to remove, or you had a question about?
That the photography too, for the inauguration photos.
Okay.
Is that Kareem photography for the $1,474?
On page 7?
That's under the Marvelous Media, and then you got TKB Associates Incorporated, and then you got that's right under that one.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
right above the Mad Bomber fireworks.
Okay, so I see the footage. Is that the one you asking me about?
Right. So that one is for. Now this is an inauguration item, along with 4 other things that are inauguration items.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's not. The Marvelous Media Group is not an inauguration item. That's actually footage. You see it say patrol videos that we've been
Okay.
doing.
I'm saying the one that says the 1474 is an inauguration item.
Okay. It's
That's
so
an
inauguration photos. That is for $450. The rest of them was headshot.
Did she just throw her phone? Why it look like she just threw her phone? The lady at the top with the yellow Tammy's iPad. A phone just rang and she just reached and just threw. A phone rang and she reached and threw something. I'm like, oh, did she just? God, phone rang at the wrong time, man.
1474 is an inauguration item.
Okay, it's
Okay.
so
That's an
inauguration photos. That is
Or maybe she ain't throw it. Maybe she ain't throw it. Maybe it seemed a little drastic for me. Maybe she ain't throw it. Maybe she just put it to the side. After a second look, it don't seem as fast as it seemed the first time.
And the one that says the 1474 is an inauguration item.
okay. It's
Okay.
so
That's an
inauguration photos. That is for $450. The rest of them was headshots that all the trustees received. And
Okay, so on page 6, Sunny Black Productions, a PSA and inauguration, and then left promotion. Hold on, left promotion. I apologize. Let me put them on.
The phone, the dog, everything, bro. Yo, is that a sign? Yo, the phone started ringing. She silenced that. Now
I
the dog
apologize. Maybe
started
that's
barking. Like,
I
God
apologize for that.
damn.
So you see on page 6, the Sunny Black Productions,
Okay.
and the left is it Let Promotions LLC.
I can answer about the Sonny Black. Sonny Black, Tandy, is Wally, the one who's been recording this stuff for the last 2 years. He recorded.
Okay, my only question is this, trustee, is the village responsible for paying for everything for the?
So it's like, wait. Some of the questions she got, well, one of the questions she got, Steve even know the answer. So I'm like, wait. Maybe she's just not privy. But she don't know about none of this stuff that's on this thing. So it's like, shit, she don't know about none of this. But they telling her like, yo, this is for the photos, like for headshots. You got a headshot. All of us got headshots. Like this is so. She's real confused about these spendings right here. Shout out to Claudia. Guess who? What's up? Guess who? Let me see what Claudia got to say. Claudia says, Mayor Tiffany Henyard make just as much as the President of the United States. No. Really? How much does the President make? Like 400,000 or something? Well, I mean, is she making it illegally? I mean, is that a bad thing or what? I don't know. Is she making it illegally? I don't think that's what she makes as a mayor, right? Because they don't pay mayors that they don't. I don't think her salary is that as us. Right? It's like 200,000 or something, right? Yeah.
Let Promotions LLC.
I can answer about the Sonny Black. Sonny Black, Tandy, is Wally, the one who's been recording this stuff for the last 2 years. He recorded.
Okay, my only question is this, trustee, is the village responsible for paying for everything for the inauguration?
Yes.
Were we at a set dollar amount or no?
Okay, so we are responsible for paying for anything at inauguration. The reason being is it was an actual legal board meeting. So anything that we acquire as an expense, we can pay for. It's legal. I can also have the.
This is what you see. That question confused me. What confused me is you don't know. I would think that's something that you would know. There's been quite a few mayors. A lot of these trustees has been there for different mayors. I was thinking that this would be something that she would know. You know what I mean? Because Tiffany's explaining it, but I was thinking that this trustee here would know this.
Inauguration. The reason being is it was an actual legal board meeting. So anything that we acquire as an expense, we can pay for. It's legal. I can also have the attorney chime in if you like to give the legal explanation of why the village is at risk of paying for inauguration. Attorney?
Okay, was it not a board vote or no? Did it need to be approved or no?
No, but I'm gonna let her speak to you. So
okay,
go ahead.
Okay, so this inauguration stuff, she said it's legal. She said it's not something that they have to vote on. And so, and now the attorney, the village attorney is now going to explain how it works.
For inauguration. Attorney?
Okay, was it not a board vote or no? Did it need to be approved or no?
No, but I'm gonna let her speak to you. So
okay,
go ahead, Attorney Rice.
So we reviewed the local ordinances and rules, and there is a special event fund that already accommodates these types of events. And because it was a public meeting and it was catered to the public, I understand, I believe one of the invoices was actually the food invoice for the food vendor. This was no different than any other special event that was approved by the village. It was a public board meeting, and that's why it was appropriate. And there's a prior appropriation for these expenses in your budget for the special events. And you had public attendees, and you basically fed the public, and it was conducted in that proper manner. So that's why it would be okay for you to approve the expenditures related to that.
There's a special event fund that's for stuff like this. They don't have to vote on it. Hold on, let me go back a little bit.
Appropriate, and there's a prior appropriation, no different than any other special event that was approved by the village. It was a public board meeting, and that's why it was appropriate. And there's a prior appropriation for these expenses in your budget for the special events. And you had public attendees, and you basically fed the public, and it was conducted in that proper manner. So that's why it would be okay for you to approve the expenditures related to.
So the process, the people involved, all those. The village lawyer is explaining the legality of the situation so that you understand that she's operating within her rights and she's not doing anything wrong. And this is so at this point it's just lack of knowledge on the trustees' part. I'm not sure if they're supposed to know all this stuff, but then again, that's why the lawyer's there. You know what I mean? So that they could know what is legal and what's not. You understand?
Okay, is there no certain amount, or it's just
within the budget? Just there was no amount for as far as the total amount for the inauguration. It would just come out of the special committee fund, and you spend down until you exhaust the budget amount.
Okay.
You say you couldn't really hear her? Let me turn up the volume. It's gonna clip. Let me see. Let me go back.
Be approved or no?
No, but I'm gonna let her speak to you. So
okay.
Go ahead, Attorney Rice.
So we reviewed the local ordinances and rules, and there is a special event fund that already accommodates these types of events. And because it was a public meeting and it was catered to the public, I understand, I believe one of the invoices was actually the food invoice for the food vendor. This was no different than any other special event that was approved by the village. It was a public board meeting, and that's why it was appropriate. And there's a prior appropriation for these expenses in your budget for the special events. And you had public attendees, and you basically fed the public, and it was conducted in that proper manner. So that's why it would be okay for you to approve the expenditures related to that meeting.
Okay, is there no certain amount, or it's just
within the budget? Just there was no amount for as far as the total amount for the inauguration. It would just come out of the special committee fund, and you spend down until you exhaust the budget amount.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So within the budget, but they don't have a specific amount, and they spend down until. If you work in finances, you be able to break this down a little bit more and understand it. See, the trustee at a disadvantage being the mayor knows her job. But dead blacks. The mayor was a trustee for 8 years, so the mayor knows exactly what she's supposed to be doing or what they're supposed to be doing. It's that particular person that's echoing. Is the lawyer that's echoing. Right, dead blacks. I'm with you.
The inauguration, it would just come out of the special committee fund, and you spend down until you exhaust the budget amount.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay.
So for the attorney,
Right.
so
Any other questions?
for the attorney, so what budget is that coming out of?
Okay.
Now that just annoyed me. Before they answer the question, can y'all answer the question? Do y'all know the answer? What budget is that money that she's spending for the inauguration coming out of? Does anyone know? What budget is that? Not campaign funds. Not campaign funds. Solstice event, special event funds. So you was listening. So a few of y'all was listening, really. Acacia. So, once again, Kiana Belcher, what does she do? asks a question that has just been answered as if to suggest she wasn't listening. Again, she asks a question that would suggest that she wasn't listening, but y'all was listening because y'all heard. But these things be looking away. But you know, sometimes it makes you want to question, like, you wasn't listening?
Attorney.
All right.
So
Any other questions?
for the attorney. So what?
No, they said the special events fund does have a budget, but they don't have a dollar amount for the budget as yet. I don't know how this shit work. It's government shit. Niggas be in debt. Niggas be spending money. It's government shit. No, right?
What budget is that coming out of?
Okay. Okay. 1 second, guys. I don't know. We can't hear anyone. What happened? Derek.
Yes.
Nice.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Whew, yes. We back. Okay. Go ahead. Anybody else have questions? What you done, Trustee Brown?
Trustee Belcher had a question, Mayor.
Mayor, I had a question. So she said it's.
Okay. Go ahead. Anybody else have questions? What you done, Trustee Brown?
Trustee Belcher had a question, Mayor.
Mayor, I had a question. So she said it's coming out of the special event budget. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
You know what just got me there? The fact that she just answered her question before anybody answered it. So you knew the answer. You just answered the question before anybody answered it. That puzzled me a little bit. After the first question you had was, where do you say that money's coming from? They couldn't hear you. They had to readjust the mic and then give you the opportunity to ask the question again. And you had the answer. You rephrased the question with the answer in it. Stuff like that stands out to me. And it's like, why you did that? Why you just did that? You started off like you ain't know the answer, and that would imply that you ain't been listening. But you've been listening. You've been listening. I don't understand this type of stuff. So it makes me start scrutinizing.
Question, Mayor.
Mayor, I had a question. So she said it's coming out of the special event budget. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's based on 2022?
We're in budget now, so it will come out of that budget.
In the budget that we don't have yet.
Correct.
That's what I'm asking. Okay. And then she said one other thing.
That
She
shit crazy.
stated that it was approved.
So niggas taking it out of a budget that they don't have yet. What the fuck is this? Sounds bad. Sounds bad. But the reason why I'm not gonna overthink it is because the lawyer explains that this shit is legal. The lawyer explains that this shit is legal. So I need to go and understand the legal part of it. But for now, the lawyer is the one who knows this shit, and that's their expertise. So for me to question them and I don't even know how this shit work would be like, I would now have to go and double check to see if what the lawyer is saying is true and get an understanding of how this shit work for real. But for now, the lawyer is going to be the standard of whether or not this shit is okay for me until I can go and do further research.
In the budget that we don't have yet.
Correct.
That's what I'm asking. Okay. And then she said one other thing. She stated that it was approved, but who was it approved by if it came out the budget?
No, I don't believe the attorney.
And that's what I'm saying. That's not what I heard. I heard that it doesn't need to be approved. They don't even need to be voted on. I heard Tiffany say that before the lawyer came on, and I heard the lawyer explain that to Tammy. But it seemed like Kiana didn't hear it. But so far, there's 2 times I know that Kiana knows something and present her question as if she doesn't know the answer. I've seen her do that twice so far in this very same meeting. So I'm starting to think that when she asks these kind of questions where I heard the answer myself before she asked it, I'm starting to think either she's not listening or she's listening and she's trying to clout chase by having something to say so that she can be heard or seen, or she's trying to be difficult at times or make it seem like she's extra stern, or based on the prior exchange they had in this meeting, it could be as soon as she sees something that's for the mayor now, she wants to give it a little bit extra scrutiny for the way she was talked to earlier. All these things can be in play here. But what I can say for a fact is that there's 2 times that Kiana has posed questions that she already knew the answer to as if she didn't know the answer. And now it's a third. Now she's doing it a 3rd time. And I'm trying to understand why. Why are you doing it like this? Why are you doing it this way? Why are you doing it this way? You're doing it in a way that seems like you're deceitful here.
I think she stated that it was approved, but who was it approved by if it came out the budget?
No, I don't believe the attorney said that it was approved by any.
That's why I was trying to get. It
Okay,
was going
I'll
in
let
and
her
out, so I wanted to get clarity.
Okay,
That's all.
She said it didn't need to be approved. It didn't need to be approved because it was coming out the special event fund. So it didn't need approval, board approval.
But I thought over a certain amount it needs board approval.
I start hearing these things like, but I thought over a certain amount it needed certain approval. And I'm like, are you new here? Can't be all keep the change. Look, all would mean that even the one that they just said doesn't have to be approved needs to be approved. But then why would they say that this one doesn't need to be approved? So then I guess all of them don't need to be approved. There's some exceptions, it seems. It seems like there's some exceptions. And you would have to know the exceptions. You'd have to understand all these things so that you would know the exceptions. But if you're just starting to work there and you haven't been through some of the abnormal stuff yet, then you wouldn't know how to deal with the things that don't normally occur, like a budget or spending that doesn't have to be approved. Well, I've never dealt with that before. Well, if you look in this in our book here and in the library, in the law, and you would see that this is a thing that happens in certain cases, like when such and 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 such. You would know the exceptions with the experience that you have. You would start learning the exceptions. Some of these things you learn with time because you can't read all that stuff and memorize all that stuff. But it made me wonder if Kiana is new here. Because Kiana only knows the general rules and she doesn't know the exceptions, and she doesn't know the things that have stipulations. She doesn't know those things. She doesn't know the things that come with an asterisk on the side. She doesn't know those things. So it makes me wonder, how much experience does she have in this particular field, you know?
It needs to be approved because it was coming out the special event fund. So it didn't need approval, board approval.
So Tammy doesn't even question it. Tammy actually explains it to her like, oh, I understand how this goes. Oh, listen, this is a special offense fund. That's why she don't have to get it approved. That's how Tammy's speaking. It seems like Tammy has more experience than Kiana. This is just my observation, people. This is all I'm doing. I'm using my critical thinking here. Based on the conversations that's happening, Tammy understands this. So much so that she can explain it to Kiana. But Kiana still have questions. Kiana doesn't know about this. Kiana might not have as much experience.
Now, so I wanted to get clarity. That's
She
all.
said it didn't need to be approved. It didn't need to be approved because it was coming out the special event fund. So it didn't need approval, board approval.
But I thought over a certain amount, it needs board approval.
You can still give board approval. I didn't see anything that required a prior approval when it's already accounted for in your funding.
Okay, I just want to know for clarity.
I can hear you, that last part, Trustee. We keep going in and out with the audio.
She said
I
it was
just said I
okay,
just wanted
but
to make sure for clarity.
Okay.
just one other question, attorney. So you can go ahead and spend these funds and then approve it later? Is that what you're saying?
You can spend funds and get board ratification. As long as there's appropriation for it and the budget for it, the board can ratify the actions. Just like when you do a poll vote on action items and then you approve it at the next board meeting. It's similar to that.
So listen, because these things is important for when people bring it up. Like, oh, she spent the money before we had it. And I'll be like, well, is she breaking the law? Because that's the main thing. Like, is she doing something wrong? I need to know. Because it sounds wrong. It sounds bad. You said, what? You get to spend the money before it gets approved. What? That don't sound good. To any regular person, if you told me she's spending the money before it got approved, I'm already like, nigga, excuse me. What you doing? I'm already like, what you doing, man? I just did a Booker T. If anyone of y'all seen Booker T talking about Hulk Hogan that one time, I just did a him. Hulk Hogan. Oh man. Hold on. Let me go back a little bit. So these things sound real crazy to me. I'm a layman when it comes to this. I do not understand the law. When I say understand the law, I don't understand the law like a lawyer does or a judge. You know, like, so these people have a way better understanding of the law than me because they study it and they've seen stuff in the law that I've never seen before. You know what I mean? He said those bylaws were already in place before she was elected. She's just holding them, it seems to me. That's what I'm saying. So, right, because at this point, she's only been mayor for a month. And she's operating within her rights. So as bad as it sounds, it's not wrong. As bad as it sounds. But when you present it to the public like this, it don't sound good. When you present it to the public the way it's presented, like, it sounds bad. However, she's not doing anything wrong at this point. You know what I mean? At this point, she's not doing anything wrong, according to the lawyer. According to the lawyer. Now, if we find out that the lawyer's corrupt and the lawyer's been lying and stuff, then take him down. Take him down. But as of this moment right here in this video, she's operated within her rights.
We're in the budget for it.
And some of these trustees don't know it. Don't know and I'm surprised that they don't know. Like how Tammy did not know that they are required to pay for the inauguration fees and stuff. Tammy didn't know that. And I'm surprised.
Board can ratify the actions. Just like when you do a poll vote on action items and then you approve it at the next board meeting. It's similar to that.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, Mayor, I have a question. How much money is in our special event budget? Do we have a certain amount like geared towards the special events budget?
It's a fund, but Chris, are you on?
Yes, Mayor.
Can you tell her how much money is in that fund?
Give me 1 second. Special events. We have budgeted for special events $30,000.
All right. Any other questions?
So, okay, now you're spending within the budget. These is great questions. Listen, like, and this is the parts what I appreciate, the things that the meaningful parts of these conversations, these meetings, the meaningful parts. The unnecessary parts, it'd be like, I don't even see the point of it, because these meetings can go so well without that nonsense. But it also requires for some of these trustees to do a little bit more work when they're not in the office. And that's what I think becomes ultimately a lot of the issue, is that maybe you're not doing your job the way you're supposed to be doing it.
We have budgeted for special events $30,000.
All right. Any other questions?
I want to be clear.
Wait 1 second, Trustee Norwood, are you done or you got another question?
Yeah, so I take it, well, never mind. I take it that he'll get it to us soon. So yes, I okay.
You have a question? Okay. Go ahead, Trustee Steve.
Question. So this is, from my understanding, anything above $5,000 has to come before the board. But when special events, you're saying that we can spend that money before it's actually approved if it's over $5,000? Is that what the attorney's saying?
She's on.
No, I'm asking Attorney Welch. Is that what you're saying?
That sounds so bad. But it also makes me wonder if Edward Steve has experience. I'm sure the last mayor did something similar with their inauguration. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I would expect that the mayor before that did something similar. So it seems like and for some reason, Brittany just knew that Steve would address whatever issue she had. Let's go back a second, because that seemed a little odd to me. And I was like, that's odd. Is that what just happened? Maybe I'm wrong, but it seemed like Tiffany said, Brittany, do you have any more questions? And Brittany suggested that Steve might eventually get to her point when he speaks. And I'm like, what? You don't know what Steve about to say? Or do you? So that kind of threw me off. Like, what you mean he gonna eventually? What you mean? Why are you saying Steve gonna say what you don't know what Steve gonna say? So that threw me off.
So this is, from my understanding,
he'll get.
I want to be clear.
Wait 1 second, Trustee Steve. Trustee Norwood, are you done or you got another question?
Yeah, so I take it, well, never mind. I take it that he'll get it to us soon. So yes, I okay.
She said, I'll take it that he'll get into it. So she knows what he's going to talk about. It seems. She's saying that she just knows he's going to address what she was going to say. That kind of made my spider sense in that if you play Metal Gear Solid, you know that exclamation mark that pop up at the top of your head. Bring. She just light up. Bring. What the hell did she just say that? It's a lot of texting going on, bruh. It's a lot of texting going on. Constantly by specific people. It's mainly Kiana, mainly Brittany, most of the time. Edward, he be in there. Tammy every now and then. I don't see what Jason be doing too much. But Kiana's always in her phone and Brittany's always in her phone. That threw me off. Like, how he gonna say what you was about to say? He don't even know what you was about to say. And you don't even know what he was about to say. Could it be that they're still upset about what happened earlier? and now Brittany on their side, Brittany agree with them. Could it be that Edward and Kiana is still upset about what happened earlier and Brittany agrees with them? Could it be that Brittany or Kiana texts Brittany and her, like, you hear how she talking now that she's mayor? Could it be like Brittany like, yeah, she thinks she can lecture us now all of a sudden because she the mayor? Could it be like Edward say, did you hear how she tried to make it look like I did this in front of the people? Could Kiana like, yeah, you don't see how she acting now that she's mayor? Like, bro, I can speculate on all that stuff because it looked crazy. It looked a little, I'm getting red flags here. Getting red flags. And ain't even no scandal yet. That's what I'm saying. I don't see what happened earlier as something serious at all. I don't see it. But I do see that in the moment, the trustees were bothered, not Tiffany. The trustees were real bothered. Even after you saw lingering, like, emotions still lingering from the trustees. So it was clear that they were bothered about this stuff, about the I don't want to call it an altercation, but the back and forth.
Trustee Norwood, are you done or you got another question?
Yeah, so I take it, well, never mind. I take it that he'll get it to us soon. So yes, okay.
You have a question? Okay. Go ahead, Trustee Steve.
Question. So this is, from my understanding, anything above $5,000 has to come before the board. But when special events, you're saying that we can spend that money before it's actually approved if it's over $5,000? Is that what the attorney's saying?
She's on.
No, Attorney Welsh, is that what you're saying? That we can spend this money over $5,000 that needs board approval, but we can spend that before we actually approve?
Well, that's what I was saying. If it does it require prior approval under your local ordinance for special events? There was nothing that I saw.
I think I've gotten the understanding that it doesn't need approval. I think I heard that a couple times. Y'all ain't hear that? Well, what the lawyer is saying. I think that I heard the lawyer express that multiple times. And now that it's Mr. Steve's turn to talk, Mr. Steve is inserting things that's not true. Like, so you saying you get to do it before we approve it? No, you don't have to approve it. Why are you saying that? Didn't you just hear? Why are you saying these words, sir? As if you heard them say that. That's not what you heard them say, because that's not what they said. They didn't say before you approve it, because you don't have to approve it. And that went over by Kiana. It went over by Tammy, the mayor. I don't know how he missed it. I don't know how he missed it. Dead Blacks, that's one of the questions that keep coming to my brain. Like, yo, bro, are you guys new here? Are you new here? Have you never been on this with a mayor before? Have you never been around when a mayor just got elected? And have you never been on one of these boards when that happened? Because it seems like they're questioning a bunch of stuff that seems foreign to them. And if I'm an audience member just looking at this, it's going to make me feel like they're doing something different than what they were supposed to be doing. It seemed like Tiffany and them is doing a bunch of unorthodox stuff. Because I would think that the trustees know how this works, and from the way they speaking, they know it to work a certain way. But it seems like Tiffany is doing stuff differently. But what I'm understanding, the more I listen, is these guys don't know how all this stuff works. And it's like, why not? Why you don't know how this works? You should. I agree with you, King Victim. You say I hear they don't trust their mayor. And that's they don't trust the lawyer, they don't trust nobody. They don't trust nobody in the village, right? The trustees don't trust nobody in the village. Everybody they want to deal with is from outside the village, right? So if the village lawyer says something and it's something that they don't like, they're gonna automatically say, we don't believe you, we don't trust you, we need outside people to come in. And because that's the position that they're taking. So they don't want to hear. This lawyer is saying stuff that they don't like, clearly. Clearly, they don't like the fact that she's able to do that without their approval. It seems like they don't like that. And they want to understand why she's able to do that. And which makes sense if they're under the impression that everything has to go through them. But with experience, I would think that you would know there's exceptions or there's, you know what I mean? I would think. But
she's on.
No, Attorney Welch, is that what you're saying? That we can spend this money over $5,000 that needs board approval, but we can spend that before we actually approve?
Well, that's what I was saying. If it does it require prior approval under your local ordinance for special events? There was nothing that I saw that required prior approval, but each of these expenses were under the $5,000, and that's why we're bringing it to the board currently to approve those individual expenses. There wasn't any one.
Did y'all just hear that? Hold on. We gonna drop a bomb. Did you hear that? Did you hear what the lawyer just said? Did the lawyer just say there is not any one item that costs over $5,000 over there? What we doing, bro? What we doing, bro? My man, you got people in my chat believing that she got items over 5,000 in there. What we doing, bro? My man, do you know that people in my chat is watching you and they don't know exactly what's happening? And based on what you're saying, you got my people in the chat under the impression that you see items that's over 5,000 on there, bro. Why you doing that? Why y'all doing that? Y'all making me think that y'all seeing this stuff and this. All right, let me hear what the lawyer got to say. Let me understand. Lawyer, do you know what you're talking about, lawyer? Have you seen this stuff? Have you looked at it yourself, lawyer? Because you over here saying that ain't nothing over 5,000. And their sole concern right now is the fact that she spent over 5,000 on items. So, lawyer, what are you talking about, lawyer?
But each of these expenses were under prior approval under your.
Over $5,000 that needs board approval, but we can spend that before we actually approve.
Well, that's what I was saying. If it does it require prior approval under your local ordinance for special events? There was nothing that I saw that required prior approval, but each of these expenses were under the $5,000, and that's why we're bringing it to the board currently to approve those individual expenses. So there wasn't any one expense that was over $5,000, but they're being brought to you collectively for approval, and they're if when you totaled them all up, they're all within the budgeted amount or the amount that was approved and set aside for special event funds.
Okay, because I know last meeting.
Bruh, did you look at any of this stuff before you came to this meeting? Because it seemed like you are under the assumption that these things cost over 5,000 each. When collectively, when you total it all up, this is what it's gonna cost. This is the cost. So you don't know that it's not the total, it's the actual individual item. You don't know that? Because I'm sure you see the individual line items there, and then you see the total. And because you see the total, you automatically assume, well, this is over 5,000. But you don't understand how to read the line items? Is this what's happening here? What is going on?
And they're if when you totaled them all up, they're all within the budgeted amount or the amount that was approved and set aside for special event funds.
Okay, because I know last meeting we approved $6,900 payment, but that was spent before we actually got a chance to approve it. We approved it, but this stuff now is under $5,000. But the first thing we approved that was spent was over the $5,000. But we approved it, but it was definitely over that amount.
Right. Those, I believe those were a combination of invoices. I don't recall seeing one invoice for $6,900. If I recall correctly, it was multiple ones. I don't have the specifics off the top.
Once again, he's recalling a lump sum when they're recalling multiple of them added up into that. He's not. Is he not looking at these things in his free time? Or in the hours where he's supposed to be looking at these things? What's happening?
Top of my head, but I do believe there were multiple items that were combined.
No. Last meeting, other trustees, it was the caterer. It was $6,900 exactly.
Alone? I don't remember.
No, you got it wrong, Trustee Steve. It wasn't a lump sum of $6,900. It was 2 or 3 different invoices from party company that we approved.
Yeah, probably from one vendor.
Correct.
That one vendor was about $1,600 from that one vendor.
But, okay, to answer your questions, because I think you're getting off track a little bit with what she's stating, that I did not spend $5,000 at one time. Just like you see the invoices here, you might see $1,000 for video footage or $450 for photos, and then it adds up. So I never spent over my threshold of $5,000.
Look at Steve's face. Steve is pushing. Steve don't understand what he's signing or what he's approving. Steve, it's from one vendor, but 3 different invoices, Steve. So yes, that person gets all that money, but it's not for one payment. It's not for one service. It's for 3 different services, 3 different invoices from the same vendor, Steve. That don't make sense to you, sir? Because the more you push in the issue, the more it seems like the mayor is misappropriating her funds, bro. And y'all supposed to be on the same team, bro. Y'all supposed to be on the same team, my man. So if she's not doing that, then you might not need to make it seem that way, bro. She checked him again. I don't know if y'all consider it a check, but trust me, if you look at Steve's face, he considers it a check. He feels he just got checked again. And I think we might learn something from this exchange right here.
A little bit with what she's stating, that I did not spend $5,000 at one time. Just like you see the invoices here, you might see $1,000 for video footage or $450 for photos, and then it adds up. So I never spent over my threshold of $5,000.
Okay, so this is Trustee Belcher, and I know we may sound illiterate. This is my first board meeting where there's a warrant list, so please, I want to ask questions, but
What? Is this a new thing? Sunrise 71, what's up? How you doing? Good to see you. Is this a new thing? Is warrant list a new thing? She said this is her first time in a meeting with a warrant list. So I'm like, well, either it's her first time in these type of stuff, or this is the first time that a warrant list has been introduced in the meeting. This is one or the other. Because I'm trying to get understanding. Because she just said that, don't think I'm illiterate. I just asking questions because this is my first time. What? What's happening here? Is this an experiment?
Trustee Belcher, and I know we may sound illiterate. This is my first board meeting where there's a warrant list, so please, I want to ask questions, but I would definitely like to, attorney, when you get a chance, give me the ordinance number for what you're reading off of. But if you're saying, so I just want to be clear, you're saying no one invoice can be more than $5,000 or no event, because based on this, and we've been in office a month tomorrow, $15,000 of the special event budget has already almost been depleted.
Well, I don't want to say you're right because I haven't added it up, but
My understanding, though, it's based on expenditure. It's based upon expenditure.
So as long as so you're saying as long as one invoice is not $5,000, then it can be spent however.
All right. I don't know if y'all understand what's going on here, but do y'all see how this looks? That they having this discussion right here? Do y'all see how this looks? This don't look good. This looks bad on the mayor. This discussion, this clarity that they need, they supposed to be doing this behind the scenes because this gonna look like stuff is going on and y'all questioning the mayor and y'all think the mayor is doing something. Y'all gonna make people look at it like, wait, they don't trust the mayor? You think the mayor doing some sneaky stuff on the side that they know about? Y'all can't be doing this in front of these meetings. And you know what? After a while, if you watch some of the, the more as the meetings get more recent, the mayor keep pointing that out, that y'all keep doing this in front of these people. Y'all wait till we come in front of these people and y'all do this. And she says it's grandstanding. Y'all be grandstanding in front of these people. Y'all, we could be having these conversations behind the scenes, but y'all come in front of here. These things supposed to be addressed before we get here, but y'all wait till we get in front of these people and y'all do this. And this is, she ain't even get there yet. This ain't even there. This is before they really start having problems. But bro, look what they doing. Look what y'all doing in front of the audience, bro. You know what this look like? It look like y'all don't trust the mayor. It look like she might be doing. Why y'all doing this, man?
So you're saying as long as one invoice is not $5,000, then it can be sent without the board approval. I just want clarity, and I would like to know the ordinance number at a later date of what you're reading from.
Okay, I can get you that opinion.
Okay. Thank you so much.
No problem.
She wants the ordinance and all that type of stuff. It's almost like, yo, bro. It's almost like you questioning whether what they're saying is valid or not in front of everybody. That don't look good. That don't look good.
Mayor, if I can be recognized, please.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, a couple of different things. What we're talking about is, of course, a budget. So we have, I mean, Chris mentioned some things that, in terms of being within budget, the ordinance that, as I understood it, similar to Attorney Raines, was $5,000 and under, would not be within board approval. My belief on the intention was that we make sure we don't have large projects that exceed it. So I didn't interpret it as an individual, I interpret it as a collectively, but the big thing is that we all communicate so that way we're on the same page.
So here we got Trustee Jason interpreting it one way, but it's meant. Oh, you Trustee Jason been on here for 8 years. He don't know how this go. And Trustee Jason is saying that they're calling for communication. You know what I mean, so that they can get this clarity. And so, would you want me to call you and ask you, hey, do you know how this goes so I can send you information so you can know how this go? Or would it be that you call me and let me know whatever you don't understand? Because I can't know for you. You should know. And anything you don't know, you should be seeking for the answers. But no, they don't do that. Trustee Jason, if you had any confusions, why didn't you just call and get some clarity? You didn't need none, maybe. And that's why you got to get clarity in these meetings. Yeah, I'm about to get up out of here in a minute.
Attorney Raines was $5,000 and under, would not be within board approval. My belief on the intention was that we make sure we don't have large projects that exceed it. So I didn't interpret it as an individual, I interpret it as a collectively, but the big thing is that we all communicate so that way we're on the same page. So it's important for us, of course, that we get the budget so that way we're talking real numbers instead of what we're committing without a budget. And also, but all items from what I've seen have been under the 5,000 threshold. Collectively, it's over 10,000, and I think that's why it's bringing board conversation.
Yeah, and the conversation shows that you guys don't understand this stuff completely. This conversation is bringing forth that you guys really don't have a complete understanding. Y'all was operating under a false understanding.
Want to make sure that, of course, we are all communicating with each other to make sure that the items are approved across the board.
You guys
That's
all
my
know.
comment.
Okay, you done?
Yes, yes, Mayor.
Okay. Anybody else have anything else that relates to the warrant list?
There was a couple of other questions, but at this point, I guess I'm a little uncertain about some things. And of course, I know you say call to find out, but a lot of these things may have been stuff that I'm just not aware of. But it's like a lot of.
She says, you listen to Kiana very carefully, y'all. I know you said to call, because she's saying that she still got questions and I guess she don't want to look stupid. But she's saying, I still got questions, but I don't want to, but I know you said to call. So she's acknowledging that the mayor has told her to call her for any questions and stuff like that, right? But she just thought she knew. Like, this is what she's saying.
There was a couple of other questions, but at this point, I guess I'm a little uncertain about some things. And of course, I know you say call to find out, but a lot of these things may have been stuff that I'm just not aware of. But it's like a lot of janitorial services on here, so I kind of had questions about that. Maybe we do have 4 or 5 different janitorial services, but I guess that would be, I don't know who I would talk to find out. But
what you mean you don't know who you would talk to? Call the mayor. You just said, I know you told me to call you, but I just feel like a lot of these things, and then you go on to speak, knowing that you gave the resolution to your problem in your sentence. Call her. I know you said to call you, but you ain't been doing it, clearly. If you know, just call her. Ma'am, just call her, get the information, so that you don't have to feel this way.
I kind of had questions about that. Maybe we do have 4 or 5 different janitorial services, but I guess that would be, I don't know who I would talk to find out. But I do see multiple janitorial services of cleaning for 1 month. So I know it may seem tedious, but at the same time, we all took an oath to be good stewards of the village's finances. So that's.
She said, I know it seems tedious, but we all took a vote we all took an oath to be over the village and find. She's throwing shade. She's throwing shade. She's throwing shade. Mind you, she's throwing shade to cover up her ignorance. She's throwing shade to cover up her ignorance of this, what she's dealing with. And she already explained what the solution is. Call the mayor. She probably like, I ain't calling that B word. I ain't calling her. I'm not calling that B. Like, come on, man.
For 1 month. So I know it may seem tedious, but at the same time, we all took an oath to be good stewards of the village's finances. So that's why I'm asking this question.
Okay, so for the record, Board of Trustees, I respect everybody to the utmost here. All I want you guys to do is, if you have all these questions, you guys just saw me. Just met with all of you guys. And if you had questions, concerns, or anything, we could have went over it instead of doing it here. But you guys know the public said they don't like it this way. So that's why I extended the olive branch and sat and met with everybody. So if you had concerns like you do now, as related to any item on this warrant list, we could have went over it. So I don't want it to be like picking or nitpicking at one another about anything. I will answer any question, but I don't want to spend all this time on certain items when we can move on. Lately, our board.
Okay. And then they keep doing it, and then you get the mayor you got now. And then they continue with this nonsense every time, and then you get the mayor you got now. You see how she handled them doing this nonsense to her? Respectfully. I respect all you guys. But y'all just saw me. We saw each other. You guys got all these questions about this, and y'all... And Kiana acknowledges that you said to call you if I got any of these questions. This is not cool, bro. And the mayor now is in what they call that shit? What the hell? When the damage control. Mayor is in damage control mode right now. They just put the mayor in damage control because look what's happening right now with her staff. And it seems damn near incompetent when she looks at it, to them, well, to Kiana, what Kiana's saying is she's doing her job and she's supposed to ask these questions and all that and all that, and nobody says you're not. Because when you say it, when you're here saying that, it makes it seem like the mayor is against you asking these questions, and she's not. As a matter of fact, she wants you to ask her these questions before you get to the meeting. You're painting a very bad picture of this woman for this type of stuff. Wouldn't she learn to initiate follow-up questions? I don't know what that means.
Picking or nitpicking at one another about anything. I will answer any question, but I don't want to spend all this time on certain items when we can move on. Lately, our board meetings have been going really smooth, and I want to continue it that way. My door will still be open. I'll answer any questions. So, Trustee Belcher, if you do have another question, let's put it on the floor and move on.
Okay, so just
She's saying, Trustee Belcher, if you do have another question, you can just put it on the board and we can move on. All the confusion is from them not knowing how this works. And they're spending a lot of time going back and forth because they're confused. The mayor's not confused. The lawyer's not confused. They're confused. Exactly, GWB. The mayor got to get her supervisor some skill up to control the situation. But I'm thinking, I think she's handling this really well, man. I think that she's not even showing, she's not showing as much frustration as I can see. Like I think I can see through her smile and stuff, but she's doing a good job of keeping a good attitude even when she's kind of lecturing them. She's like, I really do hope that you guys understand that when you guys do this, it creates, like, the way she's using her words, it sounds like she's being real diplomatic in her chastising. You know what I mean? And they like, who she thinks she talking to? And that's what I'm seeing. That's their response.
Any question, but I don't want to spend.
Said, for example, 2 days before the meeting, ask questions of concern. Okay, but TP, that's what she said is the procedure. How they have they have whatever they're reading off of right now, they've been in possession of it for days. They didn't get it when they got to the meeting. They've been in possession of it for days. For them to go over it line by line, see things that they might not have a problem with or want adjusted, make those statements, send it to the mayor, let the mayor know about it so the mayor could have it ready and revised by the time they come to the meeting so that everything can be smooth. This is how to make it run smoothly. And I hear her say it so much times that I'm like, well, why y'all just keep not doing it? But I'm hearing Kiana acknowledging that I could just call you, but I just felt like it's like, what the hell?
As related to any item on this one list, we could have went over it. So I don't want it to be like picking or nitpicking at one another about anything. I will answer any question, but I don't want to spend all this time on certain items when we can move on. Lately, our board meetings have been going really smooth, and I want to continue it that way. My door will still be open. I'll answer any questions. So, Trustee Belcher, if you do have another question, let's put it on the floor and move on.
okay, so just for a comment and for the record, I don't think that you saying that the people said that they don't want to see it. I don't think we're bickering at all. We're asking questions, valid questions. And just like things that's being put in front of us, if somebody has a question and you say, yeah, we work together, but we could.
Yeah, I don't think they was bickering. Not in this one right here, but y'all have not seen bickering in this meeting so far since we watched it. Y'all haven't seen no bickering. Like, bro, if you watch previous meetings before that, they be arguing and stuff. So, Kiana has an attitude and she wants to give pushback constantly. It seems like even if she's wrong. So now she wants to give pushback and she's coming off as, well, you saying like we doing this, but really what's happening is, and it's like, it's all I keep hearing is like, so you trying to say that it's like, it's a lot of energy from Kiana, man.
Okay, so just for a comment and for the record, I don't think that you saying that the people said that they don't want to see it. I don't think we're bickering at all. We're asking questions, valid questions. And just like things that's being put in front of us, if somebody has a question and you say, yeah, we were together, but we couldn't talk about business. So, I mean, we could be together, and if we can't talk about business, that doesn't suffice. So I don't think that we're bickering at all. So I don't want you to think that just because somebody asked a question or it's not of what you believe, it's the question that I'm just asking. So I'm sorry if you feel that I'm being combative, but I want to know. Okay.
You see what's happening here? Now, the mayor's gonna have to respond. She's the leader of the board here, the leader of the thing here. She's gonna have to respond. And she's gonna have to respond as a leader.
So we work together, and everybody knows that. So when we are together, everybody can go 2 on 2, and they can go and talk about village business. We're not just together to hang out. We're there to build a relationship. I'm not saying anyone.
Yo, y'all saw Crystal's face when she said we not just together to hang out. She said, because Crystal is saying when we together, we don't gotta be about business. And it's like, what's happening right now? I'm starting to think that this part is unnecessary. I'm starting to think that especially this part that we're having between these two should not be happening. I think this part is unnecessary. I think they had ample opportunity to move on, especially when Henyard said, any further things you can put it on the board, we'll deal with it and let's move on. I think that was an ample opportunity to be like, you know what, whatever. I'm all right. You know what I mean? But there's a combativeness there. There's a defensiveness there. Well, I got something to say. Kiana keep making it seem like she's not doing anything wrong. And the mayor is not saying you're doing anything wrong. The mayor is saying that you should do it this a certain way so that it doesn't have to be this way. Because the mayor said the people said they don't like to see us bickering and stuff like that they be seeing us doing in the prior meetings. She says it's been running smooth. She would like to keep it that way. These things look bad and it looks like bickering and stuff. These things should be done outside of the meeting, especially because y'all is in each other's presence. You are in each other. Imagine spending all day with me, and you got a bunch of issues about something I sent you earlier, and then 6 hours later, when we get into a public meeting, you start telling me about all these things that you don't like in this stuff. It'd be like, yo, bruh, we was just, why you ain't tell? You wait till we get in front of these people to tell me that, and I was just with you the whole time. We could have addressed this, and I could have fixed it. Why you doing this in front of these people?
At all. So I don't want you to think that just because somebody asked a question or it's not of what you believe, it's the question that I'm just asking. So I'm sorry if you feel that I'm being combative, but I want to know.
Okay. So we work together, and everybody knows that. So when we are together, everybody can go 2 on 2, and they can go and talk about village business. We're not just together to hang out. We're there to build a relationship. I'm not saying anyone's bickering per se. I'm saying that we don't have to spend all this time on the warrant list. We could have got all these questions answered, and we would have had a better understanding before now. That's what I'm stating to the Board of Trustees. So for future references, if we can get an understanding as relates to the warrant list, which I know Janice sent out on Thursday, it has nothing to do with the agenda. The warrant list goes out first, and then you can ask your questions, whether it's to a department head person or myself. And that way you'll get the right answer, and we don't have to go back and forth over, pull this, take this off. Because people did do a service, and they deserve to get paid for the service that they did. So if we have no more questions, I will move on to the motion.
Oh my God. Does that not sound reasonable? I don't see the maliciousness here. I don't see no maliciousness. I see someone that's trying to make things go smoothly. And I see that Kiana could make better decisions, and she doesn't, and she's standing on it. Basically, like, well, even though I was with you today, I didn't have to tell you. And it's like, but that would make things go smoother if you did. So, like so, and but if it don't go smooth, it's gonna look bad, and I'm going like, and like, so, Kiana, you don't like the mayor, huh? Let me guess, Kiana, you don't like the mayor.
Because people did do a service, and they deserve to get paid for the service that they did. So if we have no more questions, I will move on to the motion.
I just have one thing, Mayor. I apologize. I wasn't present, so that's the reason why I asked my questions this evening. I wasn't present.
Mrs. Brown, look at Mrs. Brown. I'm Tammy. Tammy just apologized. Tammy just expressed that her questions was because she wasn't there. Tammy apologized.
I will move on to the motion.
I just have one thing, Mayor. I apologize. I wasn't present, so that's the reason why I asked my questions this evening. I wasn't present when you guys got together. But moving forward, I will make sure.
Dead Blacks donated $9.99 through Super Chat. Peace and Good Show says, Victory Hand.
Shout out to Dead Blacks for that super chat. He said, peace and good show, sis. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. We're about to get out of here soon, but I might have to do another part where I finish up just the last parts of what I want to show here and get into another one. Because these are interesting. It's interesting to see their interactions because it tells a lot. It'll give you a better understanding to the story.
That I review this warrant list and any questions. I definitely will make sure they are this evening. I wasn't present when you guys got together. But moving forward, I will make sure that I review this warrant list and any questions. I definitely will make sure they are asked before the board meeting.
You hear that? Do you hear what she just said? She said, moving forward, they're going to make sure they review it prior to the meeting and bring any questions before they get. So, can we hold Tammy to her word? Can we hold Tammy to her word from 2021? Anytime she doesn't do it and the mayor have to complain about it is because she knows you can't tell me Tammy ain't know she agreed to do this. Tammy said from now on, moving forward, I'm going to do it that way. And she apologized. The mayor made very good sense, but Kiana.
Okay, and then for you, Trustee, I appreciate if you and I do get together. I reached out to you several times trying to build a bridge with you and I so that we can get on one accord, so we don't have any public display as it relates to agenda items.
Mayor, there's no public display. You asked on a Sunday. I attended service on a Sunday. So that's the reason. I sent you an email back and stated to you I was at church service on Sunday.
Okay, goddamn. God, there's so much sassiness here. He said, read my comment. Hold on. Well, he says, but sis, if I approve gym service, but not just gym service, there are 5 other services that was not approved. Whose companies? That's why you don't think. Well, these is legit questions, right? The question. So I answer your question, right? I think that's legit, right? Now I got a question to you. If you had the list of all this stuff for days, why didn't you bring those concerns to me sooner? I see you in between those times. Can you answer that? Can you read my comment?
No public display. You asked on a Sunday.
We
Now,
can't get on one accord, so we don't.
now, Tammy doesn't like the mayor's response. So I'm going to listen to the mayor's response again. Tammy just apologized. But the mayor's response to her, what she had to say, made Tammy lash out. So I'm trying to understand, what did the mayor say right now that triggered Tammy?
For you, trustee, I appreciate it.
That I review this warrant list, and any questions, I definitely will make sure they are asked before the board meeting.
Okay, and then for you, trustee, I appreciate if you and I do get together. I reached out to you several times trying to build a bridge with you and I so that we can get on one accord, so we don't have any public display as it relates to agenda items. Times trying to
They are asked before the board meeting.
Okay, and then for you, trustee, I appreciate if you and I do get together. I reached out to you several times trying to build a bridge with you and I so that we can get on one accord. So we.
Bruh, y'all hear what's going on? She said, if you and I do get together, because I reached out to you several times trying to build a bridge so we could be on one accord so that we don't have this public display. So y'all hear what's going on? And Tammy snapped. And then Tammy snapped. So Tammy, you don't communicate with the mayor, huh? The mayor said, if I do get to meet up with you because I reached out to you several times trying to build a bridge so that we can. What's this? What's happening? And that made Tammy lash out.
Move forward, I will make sure that I review this warrant list, and any questions, I definitely will make sure they are asked before the board meeting.
Okay, and then for you, trustee, I appreciate if you and I do get together. I reached out to you several times trying to build a bridge with you and I so that we can get on one accord, so we don't have any public display as it relates to agenda items.
Mayor, there's no public display. You asked on a Sunday. I attended service on a Sunday, so that's the reason. I sent your email back and stated to you I was at church service on Sunday, so that's the reason why I wasn't present.
I know,
even though I did come in late, but this was the first Sunday that I could attend service. But moving forward, we definitely will make sure that this doesn't happen again during the board meeting.
All right, it's a lot of aggression there, man. Let me change the word. There's a lot of tension amongst these people, bro. Because that seemed like a snap when I'm listening to her words. And okay, her words ain't that bad, but the actions with it seems like, and it's a lot of cattiness. And it's crazy because Steve do it too. Steve over here like, Steve over there.
Okay, so now that you're done, I'm not speaking of the meeting per se. I'm saying that we pick up the phone for everything else. So if any of you guys ever have a comment, concern, or issue, I'm up. I stay up to 1 a.m. You can call my phone and ask me about anything as relates to village business, is what I'm saying to any of you guys. We don't necessarily have to meet in person. We can do it over the phone if you guys like. So I'm just saying that publicly once again. So I hope that all of our relationships get better moving forward.
They don't call the mayor, bro. None of them communicate with the mayor. They wait till the meetings come and they do this nonsense in front of everybody. And they've been doing it for 2 years. You're going to see. As long as y'all see the mayor now and the mayor then and get an understanding that these people hasn't changed. The mayor got a little bit more aggressive, but these people, they ain't changed. They the same. They've been this way from the start.
Of you guys. We don't necessarily have to meet in person. We can do it over the phone if you guys like. So I'm just saying that publicly once again. So I hope that all of our relationships get better moving forward. So now moving on, there is a motion on the floor. So I want to make sure I heard it correct. You guys want to remove $3,000 for Mario's barbecue out of the warrant list? Is that correct? Or is that
correct?
That's correct.
To pay the bills, or what we doing?
I made the motion with the items that I requested removal. I don't know if Trustee Brown had additional, but I made that motion. So.
Okay. So I need clarity. Clerk Key, I refer to you. What was the motion to remove which items?
Mario's Backyard Barbecue.
Okay.
Warren Muhammad, and A King Cleaning, which I don't believe is part of the inauguration.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I didn't put A King Cleaning. So
okay, you did.
I did, and it states it's part of the inauguration. So that's why I brought it up. It says it's part of the inauguration when you look on the description. So I brought that up.
Okay, that probably was an error on the warrant list, but
yeah, let's ask Chris because we don't have that.
Mayor, can I be recognized?
Sure.
So, because I'm confused. Trustee Belcher, can you please repeat your motion? Because I think I'm not certain which items are.
Okay, so I made a motion to approve the corporate bills with the exception of Hold on, let me pull it up again just to make sure. Mario's Backyard Eats, Warren Muhammad, and then Marvelous Media Group, removing 156, 167, and 169.
Question, Trustee Belcher, how did you come up with those to remove those items? Are they all the same thing or?
Oh, okay, so just
Okay.
for clarity, when I called to ask about this, the Foot Patrol video, which Trustee Steve gave me, stated that one of the items is a duplicate. That's what was stated to me.
Okay.
Then there's $1,000 for a Foot Patrol video, and then $250. I asked about this retirement celebration.
Okay.
It was stated that it was Alan Sheard's retirement, and so I questioned that because Alan Sheard's from the Park District. So I was asking why are we paying $1,000, and then the Memorial Day footage. So that's why I am asking. That's why I asked it for removal.
And
Thank you.
I want to add to that. I talked to Marvelous or Marvell, and I told him the duplicate video. He said that invoice was wrong, and I told him I don't mind paying for the remainder of the videos that he did because that's content for Channel 4. I just haven't got the finished video. So when I get the finished videos, I'm sure we'll be. I'm gonna tell him to put it on the next warrant list.
No,
But I haven't got the finished.
I have the footage videos for him.
Yeah, I just need the finished video so we can put that on the channel because it's content for the channel.
Right, but I have it, so I'm not understanding why we're not paying him, and we only do once a month.
I don't have nothing. All I have is the Foot Patrol footage, the video. I got that video and I put that on the channel. We put that on the channel. I don't have the 2 other videos. I talked to him and I said I need them other videos. I don't have them.
Okay, but what I'm saying to you is I have the footage, the completed videos for the work that we
The edited video that I can put on the municipal channel.
Yes. So I don't understand why we're not paying people.
All right, bro. Your problem solved. Can we do it? My man, she said she got exactly what you said was stopping you. She said she got it, my man. He seemed a little frustrated. My man, hey, yo, Steve, exactly what you said? She said she got it, bro. She got it.
Completed videos for the work that we
The edited video that I can put on the municipal channel.
Yes. So I don't understand why we're not paying people for their work.
Because
You do this for a living, so I'm a little.
This is the first time I heard that.
Oh, she took a little shot at Steve. He not gonna like that. She said, "You do this for." She took a little shot at Steve there, Mayor. Mayor, you took a little shot at Steve there. I mean, she kind of was joking a little bit, I guess, with her laugh. But Steve ain't playing with you. Steve ain't playing with you, lady. Don't be playing like that with Steve. So yeah, Steve probably gonna light her up for that. That little shot right there, Steve probably about to give her the business for that. Steve is sassy. He ain't taking that.
So I don't understand why we're not paying people for their work.
Because
You do this for a living, so I'm a little.
This is the first time I heard that I had. I talked to you today. I don't have it. You just told me I had. You have. I don't have it now. You just told me I had.
Yeah, I have it.
I just need the video so I can put it up. That's the whole reason why I said we can pay for this amount. I don't have the others.
My man, stop all the bag of long talking. She got it, bro. Can we move to do what we got to do now? I don't want to hear reasons why you said you wasn't going to do it. You don't got no reasons no more. Can we just move forward?
2. Once I get the other 2, then I'm with paying for it.
Okay, but I have the other 2, so I think we should pay him his money. I don't think we should go back and forth with not paying him his money. If I'm telling you, I have the footage. I don't understand why y'all taking it out of the warrant list.
So, Mayor, can
You know why he doesn't have it, Kobe knows? Because he waited till they got here to let her know that he wants it. That's why. Because they was together all day. They was seeing each other all day. And he waited till they got in the public meeting to let her know that he wants it. So that's how he's finding out right now.
To go back and forth with not paying him his money. If I'm telling you, I have the footage. I don't understand why y'all taking it out of the warrant list.
So, Mayor, can I ask a question? So you're telling me every time that something is any type of event that's happening, this guy comes out and charges $1,000. Why would we be paying $1,000 for video footage? I'm asking.
Each video footage is different. So it depends on what it is. The best person to always break it down would be Trustee Steve. That's what
I can explain.
For any video person.
I can explain.
Trustee Steve.
Bro, they don't know nothing. Listen to the confusion. So Steve understands how it works. Kiana don't. Kiana's questioning the mayor about how it works. The mayor's telling her that Steve got to step in to be like, I know how it works. What is going on here? They don't communicate. They're not communicating before they get here. Like everybody's finding out what everybody don't know right here. Right here. You Steve's gets the items. He looks through the items. He sees what is not valid, and then he lets the mayor know. And if you don't let the mayor know that you're not trying to do this until you get the videos, then how she gonna let you know she got the videos? She don't know you need them. She don't know you requesting them, sir. If you decide that until I get these videos, I'm not gonna do it, and you don't let her know until we get here, then she can't let you know that she got the videos until we get here. And now we gotta do this when we get here. So she's asking you guys, in order to stop us looking so fucking foolish in front of all these people on the internet, in front of the world, can we have these type of conversations behind the scenes by doing your job and calling me? And she even says, after hours, I'm available up to 1 o'clock in the morning. You can call me. I'm always working. Just so we can avoid this right here. So we can avoid this.
Any type of event that's happening, this guy comes out and charges $1,000. Why would we be paying $1,000 for video footage? I'm asking.
Each video footage is different. So it depends on what it is. The best person to always break it down would be Trustee Steve. That's
I can explain.
for any video person.
I can explain.
Hold on, Trustee Steve, 1 second. They can get higher than that. So I'm not understanding how we bickering over footage when before we had footage throughout the village. We paid the camera.
She said bickering again. Kiana don't like that. Kiana might use the word bickering to give her some smoke. Kiana don't like that bickering. Listen, I'm starting to realize like they got real petty triggers and they'll use it to the best of their advantage. You use one of their triggers, they'll use that to go at you.
They can get higher than that. So I'm not understanding how we bickering over footage when before we had footage throughout the village. We paid the camera person. But now because you want to pay the camera person, come on. And I'm an active person, just so y'all know I'm very active. I do something almost every other week.
Can I get my input on that? I don't mind. I know $1,000 for a video. That's $500 to come shoot it. There's $500 to edit. That's a low price. I'm not tripping on that. I know how that goes. My thing is that I talk to you, I talk to Cole, and I talk to, as we call True or Marvell. And I said, I need the finished footage. Now you're telling me we got the finished footage. Okay, if we got the finished footage, I can put that on the channel tomorrow because we need content. But I don't mind paying it. But having a video production person is critical. That's what I did as the media director. That's essential. Everything in our channel needs content, which is important because if not, you're just gonna bore me over and over and over and over again, and that gets tired. So anything that's going on in the community, you need video content to put it out there so people know what's going on. And that may be $1,000. It depends on the video. It may be $1,500. It may be $300. But every video is different because you have to record it and then you have to edit. So if you're saying Mayor Henyard, you're saying you have the video, I don't mind playing him. I don't mind making that payment for him that you're saying that you got the video. I don't mind doing it because I know what it takes.
Can we do it then? Because I heard you say this like 3-4 times. Can we do it? Because you said you're going to do it, so let's just do it, man. Before Kiana come back and interrupt again with another question to prolong this even more, because that's what y'all doing right now.
And you got the video, I don't mind playing him. I don't mind making that payment for him that you're saying that you got the video. I don't mind doing it. Because I know what it takes, and I know what goes into that work.
All right. Anybody else? Okay, so let's go on with this motion. So, Trustee Belcher, original motion, Clerk Key, can you repeat it? Or are you amending your motion, Trustee Belcher?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so your original motion, Clerk Key, can you read it into record?
The original motion was to pay the corporate bills with the exception of Mario Backyard Barbecue, Warren Muhammad, and Marvelous Media Group.
Okay. So if
It's not all of Marvis Media. It's only
156, 167, and 169?
Correct.
Okay.
So she wants to pay 163? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, 163 and 165.
163 and 165.
Yes, that could be paid.
Okay. But if Trustee Steve is saying he wants to pay the remainder, you saying you don't want to amend it to pay his entire bill?
No, I do not want to amend it because I think that is a lot of money, and I'm not a village photographer, and I spoke to Trustee Steve about it. He did say too that it was we need to start looking at maybe talking to him about having hourly fee versus every time you go out is.
Yo, this is crazy. Trustee Steve just said $1,000 is nothing because shit, $500 to edit, $500 to shoot. Yeah, it could be more than that. Now she's saying Trustee Steve said that we need to do it by the hour because it's a lot of what is happening right now. Look at Trustee Steve. Trustee Steve over there like, what is happening right now? Kiana don't want to amend the motion. Trustee Steve said he get it now. He willing to pay. Kiana like, nah, I'm still mad. Kiana like, no, I'm still mad.
$1,000. So no, I don't plan on amending it at all.
We talked about, me and Mayor talked about, the meeting, Marvell talked about maybe coming up with a set rate, a flat rate or something like that. We can work that out.
Okay, there's a motion and second. Call the roll.
The motion was by Belcher and second by Steve. I just want clarity.
Again, read into record again what the motion is and then call the roll. Thank you.
Trustee Holmes?
You on mute. You on mute, Trustee Holmes.
Trustee Norwood?
Aye.
Trustee Steve?
No.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee House?
No.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
I'd like to hear from Trustee Holmes. I didn't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
What was your vote?
My vote is no.
Your vote is no? Okay, the motion did not pass.
Okay.
It's a tie.
So it's a tie, so I break the tie. I'm gonna vote no. And can I have a motion to pay all of the corporate bills as stated?
I motion.
So you see what just happened? What's her name? Kanisha, after hearing the explanation, still standing firm. She ain't gonna vote. She ain't gonna change it. But it was a tie in the votes, and of course the mayor is gonna be the tiebreaker. So the mayor is gonna vote how she want, and the mayor just overrid it. And now they about to do the vote that the mayor wants, and they're gonna see if they vote on that. So let's see how they vote on that.
Is there a second? Pay all of the corporate bills as stated.
I motion.
Is there a second? Is there a second to pay the corporate bills?
Nope.
I'll second.
Oh,
there's a motion and a second
Jason put a second. Oh, took him long, but Jason came through with the second motion.
to pay the corporate bills. By Trustee Holmes and second by Trustee House. Please call the roll.
Trustee Holmes?
Aye.
Trustee Norwood?
Aye.
Trustee Steve?
Aye.
Trustee Belcher?
No.
Of course.
Trustee House?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
No.
Oh.
Motion passes 4-2.
I already knew Belcher was gonna be like, no. She did that twice already so far. She voted no on two things. No.
Moving on to the actual board meeting.
All right,
So we're gonna start it.
All right. I'm gonna end it right here. Next time, I think we're gonna see her and Mr. Keith go back and forth a little bit. Well, I might just clip that. I might just get a clip of when Keith tells her he don't want to be. Oh, you talk to us like children. I believe it happens in the same live because he had the same clothes on in the same video. Yeah. So as you guys know, I got some other channels I got to work on. So I thank everybody for coming out. We're gonna be back doing more of this content because we gotta go through it. I mean, it's definitely interesting. It's definitely interesting, and as you can see, my viewpoint is a little different than the majority because I'm coming from a different standpoint, and I didn't start at the end of the book or the middle of the book. I wanted to go back and read the introduction. I wanted to read the preface, the foreword. I wanted to read all the author's thanks and all that. I wanted to read all that and then catch up to, So that's why I'm doing it this way. And a lot of people didn't take this route. They're covering it from everything that's happening now and moving forward. So I'm not doing it that way because for me, it doesn't give me the clarity that I'm looking for. So I appreciate everybody for coming out. And I'll see you guys on my next live. Like, comment, subscribe. Appreciate y'all. Wabbits, we out the house.